The first letter I ever wrote to Julian Kestrel came back to me with the seal broken. It lay atop a crate of my father's books in the dower house passage, tied in a faded blue ribbon I had once believed elegant. My sister had not yet seen it. My mother was still in the parlor with the tea things. Across the drive, the Here's men went on carrying our life from one house to another, as if nothing in it could bleed. Then footsteps sounded behind me, and a man's voice said, very quietly, "Miss Harbury." Chapter 1: The Letter's Return. I turned so quickly that the ribbon slipped against my glove. It was not Julian Kestrel who stood behind me, though for one foolish instant my body had remembered his name, before my mind could forbid it. It was my cousin, the new master of Harbury Hall. With one hand still resting on the passage door, as if he had opened it only half an inch and discovered us by chance. I did not believe in such chances any longer. His gaze dropped at once to the packet in my hand. He asked, "Have they sent more books over?" The question was civil. The tone was not. And behind him, through the small glass panes of the passage door, I could see two men crossing the drive with another crate between them. They had been at it since breakfast, carrying pieces of our former life out of the house where I had been born and into the lesser one where my mother was expected to be grateful to remain. "Only some of my father's papers," I said. "Indeed." He did not move. I became aware of the cold running from the flagstones through the thin soles of my indoor shoes, of the dust on the crate lid, of the loosened blue ribbon pressed beneath my thumb. A seal broken years too late should not have been enough to alter the air in a passage. Yet it had. My cousin's eyes lifted to my face again. "If there is anything belonging to the estate among them, my steward must see it before dark. We are attempting to impose some order." Order. It was a handsome word for dispossession. "I am very sensible of that," I said. He gave me a small bow that carried no more warmth than the day. "I am glad to hear it." Then he stepped aside. Not enough to release me kindly. Only enough to make it plain that I must pass him if I meant to carry my father's papers farther into the house. I did so without haste. To hurry would have looked like fear, and I had already spent too many years discovering what men could do. Once they suspected a woman had reason to fear them. He spoke again just as I reached the parlor door. "Miss Harbury." I stopped. He said, "If there are letters, family prudence would advise you to destroy them." I looked back at him then. His expression was perfectly composed, which made the sentence far worse. He had not asked whether there were letters. He had told me what he already guessed. "Thank you," I said. "I shall manage my own prudence." For the first time, something like satisfaction touched his mouth. Not kindness. Only the quiet certainty of a man who believed he had placed a fact upon the table and left me to sit with it. When I entered the parlor, my mother looked up from the tea tray at once. My sister was kneeling beside the coal scuttle, coaxing the fire into a better flame with more energy than success. The room still carried that temporary air which had clung to the dower house ever since we moved in it, to chairs placed well enough, but not quite belonging where they stood, books stacked in corners, linen not yet fully sorted, a footstool missing its usual place because there were too many other things to place before it. "You have been gone an age," my mother said. "Was there more confusion?" There was a crate in the passage. I shut the door behind me before I crossed the room. "And these were tied on top of it." My sister rose first. "What is it?" She saw the ribbon before she saw my face, and I watched the change come over her. Not understanding in full, because she had been too young when the letters were written, but enough knowledge to know that any packet hidden under one's shawl rather than laid openly on the table could not be harmless. My mother set down the teapot without pouring. "Lydia." I gave her the top letter. She did not unfold it immediately. Her fingers rested upon the broken seal and then withdrew, as if the paper itself retained heat. I could not remember what that particular letter contained. I knew only that I had once written many in a hand smaller and less controlled than the one I used now, as though feeling could be made more respectable by neatness. "There are 5," I said. "Perhaps 6. I have not looked through them properly. My sister whispered. How did they come here? Because nothing once given to a man was ever truly in a woman's power again. Because people died. Because desks were emptied. Because servants sorted what they did not understand. Because private shame rarely remained private forever. I said only, I do not know. That was not quite true. I knew enough. The letters had not fallen out of a forgotten drawer by accident and landed in a blue ribbon by Providence. Someone had gathered them. Someone had seen value in bringing them near us. Whether that value lay in warning, malice, or convenience, I could not yet tell. My mother opened the letter at last. Her eyes moved over the first lines. Then she shut it again with a steadiness more dreadful than tears. Has anyone else seen them? I thought of the broken seal. Of the way my cousin had not asked but advised. Of the maid I had passed at the foot of the back stairs half an hour earlier, carrying folded linen and glancing toward the open crate with that quick, bright curiosity servants tried to hide only when there was no use in seeing. Yes, I said. No one spoke for a moment. The fire gave a small, collapsing sound and settled inward upon itself. My sister was the first to break the silence. Can they do us harm? My mother closed her hand over the packet as if by mere pressure she might force the years back into silence. I answered because she could not. Yes. A knock came at the door almost at once. Neat and measured. Before any of us could refuse it, the housemaid entered with lowered eyes and a folded note on a tray. She said, For you, miss. The wafer seal bore my cousin's crest. I knew before I broke it that whatever safety those letters had once lost was not going to return to us by evening. My mother said my name before I unfolded the note, though not as a command. Only as a plea for gentleness, as if paper could be handled softly enough to change what it contained. I read it where I stood. Miss Harbury, I need scarcely point out that papers of a personal nature, if injudiciously preserved, may invite speculation where no explanation would be proper. I trust you will consider not only your own comfort in this matter, but that of those whose prospects remain more susceptible than your own to public misinterpretation. If any assistance in arranging the removal or destruction of such materials is required, my steward will attend to it. A. Harbury. I read it twice, though once had been sufficient. My sister, who had moved nearer without seeming to do so, watched my face instead of the page. What does he say? I folded the note with care that cost me something. That he is concerned for our comfort. My mother gave a short sound, which might once have been a laugh in a happier woman. Then, we are ruined indeed. I handed her the paper. She read more quickly than I had, and, when she reached the line about prospects, her hand trembled so slightly that only I should have seen it. Yet I saw everything in her face then, not fear for me first, though there was enough of that, but fear for Marian. My sister saw it too, she said. For my prospects. Quietly. My mother did not answer at once. She laid the note beside the tea tray, as if it were some bitter medicine to be taken under protest. Marian was 20 and still soft enough in hope to suppose that whatever might wound could also be argued against. My mother and I were old enough to know how little argument mattered. Once an unpleasant version of events began walking from one drawing room to another in other people's voices. What? Need not come to anything, my mother said. That was false. We all knew it. What she meant was that if we moved quickly enough, quietly enough, we might prevent it from becoming worse. Marian crossed to me. Lydia, tell me plainly. There are moments in which plainness feels crueler than concealment, but concealment in families is only cruelty postponed. The letters were written before Papa died, I said. At a time when there was reason to expect, at least on my side, that a certain connection might be formed. My sister's eyes widened, not from innocence but from the shock of discovering that one's elder sister had once possessed a private history, not entirely made of visible dutifulness. She asked, with Mr. Kestrel. I did not ask how she knew. Julian's name had lived too long in this family in the careful pauses where names are omitted. Yes. My mother closed her eyes for a brief instant. Marian. Sit down. I would rather stand. That was answer enough to prove she was my father's child. I moved to the fire and held one of the unopened letters near enough to see the direction clearly. The hand was his. Flew, or rather, the superscription was Miss Lydia Harbury, written with the severe elegance I had once thought the most distinguished thing I had ever seen. The letter inside, however, was mine. I had known that before. I knew it now with an intimacy that made me almost ill. Marian asked, "Did he keep them all this time?" "No," I said. "Or not knowingly. I cannot yet guess how they passed from his possession." That, too, was not the whole truth. I had already begun to guess, and each guess was worse than the last. A desk sold or inherited. A widow sorting papers. A valet less discreet than his master. A steward carrying bundles from one room to another, and discovering that a young lady's hand, upon cream paper, looked like the sort of thing which ought not to be lost. Private feeling survives badly once it becomes household matter. My mother rose at last and came nearer the fire. "How much did you write?" There are questions which sound indecent because they require a woman to measure the scale of her former hope. "Enough," I said. "Not enough to disgrace me before a court, perhaps. But enough to wound us if they are discussed. Enough to let people say there was an understanding. Enough to let them ask why it did not end in marriage." Marian said, "And the answer?" I looked down at the broken wafer and the faded ribbon. The answer would depend who told it. No one spoke. Outside, wheels crunched over the gravel. Somewhere in the back passage a door shut, then another. The dower house had begun to teach me that sound traveled differently in smaller dwellings. Nothing softened. Every movement declared itself. My mother touched the packet. "They must be burned." "Wes," I said. "But not before I know whether these are all of them." She stared at me. "Lydia, if there are more elsewhere, burning these 6 will save nothing. It will only prove we feared them." My sister turned to me at once. "Then we must find out who has seen them." The word we hung in the air with a courage I admired and would not encourage. "No," my mother said sharply. "You must do nothing of the kind." Marian colored. "I did not mean—" "I know what you meant." My mother pressed her fingers to her temple. "And I know what the world permits. Your sister cannot go about interrogating servants as if she were mistress of the hall. And you certainly cannot. We are no longer in a position to command explanations." That was the cruel center of it. If we had still possessed the old house, a misplaced packet might have been an irritation. In our present state, every domestic inconvenience acquired a spectator, and every spectator might become a messenger. A faint knock sounded again. This time it was not the housemaid but Briggs, our elderly parlor maid, who had been with my mother since before my birth, and had therefore earned the right to look troubled without disguise. She said, "Beg pardon, madam." Stepping just inside the room, "Cook asks whether Miss Marian is still for the sponge cakes at supper, as the oven is poor today." And my mother answered automatically, but Briggs did not leave at once. Her eyes flickered not to the packet itself, but to the blue ribbon near my hand. That was enough. Was there something more? I asked. She looked distressed to be addressed directly and more distressed not to answer. "No, miss. Only Nan from the hall was saying there had been a parcel of old papers sent over with the books, and I told her I was sure such things were no concern of ours. Only girls will chatter, miss, and I thought perhaps—" She stopped. My mother went very still. Marian's face had lost all color. "Thank you, Briggs," I said as evenly as I could. "You were quite right to mention it." When she had gone, Marian sank into the nearest chair at last. "So someone has spoken of them already." "Off papers," my mother said. "Not necessarily of letters." But again the distinction was too fine to hold. Servant gossip requires less substance than gentle gossip, because it has better practice at living on fragments. I walked to the window and looked across the drive toward the hall. It stood under a pale afternoon sky, every stone known to me, every window carrying some old arrangement of memory. The library windows on the west side reflected only light now. The breakfast parlor where my father had once stood reading the Post was hidden by the angle of the wing. I found that I could not look long at the front door. It had become another household's door already. From here, my cousin's management seemed efficient. Crates in order, men occupied, authority visible in motion. That was the worst kind of authority. The kind which looked merely practical while it rearranged the lives of other people. He means to frighten us into destroying them at once, I said. Then let him succeed, my mother replied. I do not care about pride. It is not pride. I turned back to them. Marian watched me with frightened attention. My mother with the exhausted patience of a woman who had spent too many years making economies of feeling, because the larger economies had proved impossible. If he wished only for discretion, he would have sent them privately and said nothing of Marian. The mention of her prospects is not caution. It is leverage. I picked up the packet again. He wishes us to feel that our comfort in this house depends upon our obedience. My mother said in a low voice, and does it not? There are truths one hears more sharply when spoken by one's mother than one would from any stranger. I could not answer her. Not honestly. The dower house, though settled on her for life, was still maintained from land no longer ours to direct. Invitations could cease. Repairs could be delayed. Small humiliations could multiply until they formed a kind of climate. My cousin need not expel us in order to master us. He need only make each week slightly colder than the last. Marian rose again. Lydia, what shall we do? At that age, she still imagined that an elder sister might possess a plan because she possessed composure. Yet composure is often only fear held upright. I untied the ribbon and counted the letters properly. 6. One had the seal broken. 2 others had edges notched as if handled by someone less careful than I had once been. I looked at each superscription, then at the dates. The latest was the one I had almost forgotten writing. Almost, but not entirely. The letter after which no answer came. My throat tightened. I forced it open again. We do not burn them yet, I said. Not until I know whether this is the whole of it, and not until I know how they came into this house. My mother stared at me, and I saw at once what she feared in that resolution, not scandal now but movement, inquiry, contact, any step which might draw us nearer to the old wound. She asked, and how? Do you mean to discover that without making matters worse? I thought of the broken seal, of Briggs's troubled face, of Nan at the hall, of my cousin's note, composed to appear helpful while reminding us exactly how precarious our situation had become. And beneath all that, like a pulse I had not invited but could not deny, there was another fact. If the letters had once belonged to Julian Kestrel, then somewhere between his keeping and mine they had passed through hands that were not his, which meant there might also be an explanation he alone could give or refuse. The thought made me cold enough to feel the fire no longer. I shall begin, I said, by learning where the packet was sent over by mistake or design. Marian drew breath to ask more, but I shook my head. No names beyond this room, I said. No guesses before servants. No pitying looks at church should we be forced there tomorrow. We are not beaten merely because we are threatened. My mother sat down very slowly, and in the lines about her mouth I saw the cost of asking courage from women who had too little shelter left to spend it freely. She said, very well. But Lydia, if this touches Marian. It already touches Marian. That was the thing none of us could soften. My old hope, written in neat lines by a younger hand, had become a danger to my sister before she had even known its contents. I gathered the letters and slipped them into the workbox beside the mantel, beneath skeins of silk and unfinished trimming, where no casual eye would expect to find the remains of a woman's former heart. Then I turned the key. Julian Kestrel came the next morning. No one announced him at first. The news reached us in pieces, as all dangerous things do. I heard the wheels before I saw the carriage, then Briggs in the passage speaking too low to the housemaid, then my mother setting down her coffee cup without drinking from it. Marian, who had been pretending to read, rose and crossed to the window before either of us could forbid her. She said, "It is a dark carriage. That narrows the world very little." I replied. Yet I was already standing. The day had come in with a pale, stubborn cold that made every room seem only partially inhabited unless one stood close to the fire. And we had breakfasted in the smaller parlor, because the morning room still drew at the windows, and because economy had begun to dictate our comforts in ways that no one named, but everyone obeyed. My work lay untouched beside me. The needle had hung in the same place for half an hour without passing through the cloth. Marian turned from the window, color rising and fading at once. "It is he." My mother did not ask whom she meant. For one absurd moment, I wished he had chosen another house to call at, another county, another lifetime. The wish was so useless that it steadied me. I set down the embroidery frame and folded my hands in my lap before anyone could see they were not perfectly still. Briggs appeared at the door scarcely a minute later. "Mr. Kestrel." "Madam." My mother looked at me. I looked back at her. There are situations in which a woman's only shelter is ceremony, and so ceremony must be observed even when everyone present knows it has arrived too late. She said, "Show him in." He entered with the cold at his back. I had not seen him in more than 3 years. I knew at once that the number itself was useless. Time does not move evenly over a face one has once expected to see every day. It alters one place with cruelty and leaves another almost untouched, which is worse. He was leaner than I remembered, and the line of his mouth had grown more disciplined, as if speech had become a thing used chiefly in self-command. There was more gray at his temples than a man of 33 had any right to wear unless life had put it there deliberately. Yet his carriage was unchanged. So was the grave exactness with which he bowed to my mother, then to Marian, then at last to me. "Mrs. Harbury." "Miss Harbury." "Miss Marian." He had always spoken my sister's name, with the slight formality people adopt toward the very young, even after they are no longer very young. The old familiarity of the sound in his voice disturbed me more than if he had stumbled over it. "Mr. Kestrel," my mother said. He remained standing until she indicated a chair. He sat, though not deeply, as if he did not come to be comfortable. I was glad of that. Comfort would have been an obscenity. The ordinary exchanges followed. The roads. The weather. The fatigue of winter arrangements. They passed between us like coins too worn to bear an image. Marian said almost nothing. My mother, by force of breeding and courage, carried the conversation farther than kindness required. I answered when addressed and watched him only by intervals, as one watches a fire one does not entirely trust. He wore mourning no longer, though his coat remained dark enough to satisfy any serious mind. His gloves lay across one knee. I saw then that he had come in haste, for one finger of the right glove was split at the seam near the knuckle. And he was not a man who neglected such things when time allowed him not to. At length he turned to my mother with a directness that made my pulse alter. "I must beg your pardon for the abruptness of my visit. Madam, there is a matter on which I hope to speak with Miss Harbury, if you permit it." My mother's hand tightened upon the handle of her cup. "In what nature of matter, Mr. Kestrel?" he said. "In one which may affect the quiet of your household, and which I should prefer not to discuss before it grows larger by discussion." There was nothing improper in the sentence. There was also nothing harmless in it. Marian looked from him to me. I kept my eyes on the edge of the hearth rug. My mother was silent for a moment. Then she said, "The morning room is cold, but private enough for 10 minutes. The door will remain unlatched," he said. Entirely proper. Of course it was. Privacy in a house like ours existed only by degrees, and propriety liked to hear itself named. I rose. So did he. The walk from one room to the other could not have taken 30 seconds, yet by the time we crossed the passage I was once more aware of his nearness, in the old, unpardonable way. Not as present company, but as something my body had once learned to expect. I hated the memory of that expectation more than I hated him, which was a most inconvenient discovery. The morning room was indeed cold. The fire there had not yet been mended, and thin light lay across the escritoire near the window. I did not ask him to sit. I did not sit myself. The open door gave onto the passage, and from somewhere beyond it I could hear Briggs moving silver upon a tray. We were as private as the house and our circumstances permitted. He waited until I had turned fully toward him. He said, "I am sorry." No explanation, no appeal, only the words themselves. I had not known, until that moment, that hearing him say them would make me colder instead of warmer. "For which part?" I asked. A flicker passed over his face, not of surprise but of acceptance, as if he had expected nothing gentler. He said, "For the disturbance. For the impropriety of your being troubled by papers that ought never to have been out of my possession." Gah! The precision of it was almost admirable. "You speak of them," I said, as if they were mislaid account books. His gaze held mine. "I do not." "Do you not?" "Because that is exactly how it sounds." He looked away first, which I did not expect and therefore did not enjoy. He said, "I was informed this morning that a packet of old correspondence had been found among materials sent over from the hall. I came as soon as I could." "How obliging." His jaw altered slightly. "Miss Harbury." "No. You may not begin with my name as if that were tenderness." He went still. In the pause between us I heard the faint rattle of a coal settling in the grate. "When were you informed?" I asked. "Early this morning." "By whom?" "A man who understood enough of what he had seen to be ashamed of carrying the message." That is not an answer. It is the only one I can properly give without drawing another person into your distress." "My distress?" I repeated. "How scrupulous you have become." He accepted that too. I began to see that he had not come armed for victory, only for endurance, which made the encounter less satisfying than Anger would have liked. He asked, "How many have you?" The question was low and controlled. The first practical question, the one he had come to ask from the start. "6." His eyes closed for so brief a moment I might have imagined it. "Are any broken open?" "1. Have they been read?" "Certainly by me. That is, after all, the privilege of authorship." Color rose under his cheekbones and vanished again. It was the first sign that he was made of ordinary flesh, and not simply composed from remorse and restraint. He asked, "Has anyone else read them?" "I cannot tell you how much has been read," I said. "Only that my cousin saw enough to send me a note concerning family prudence and my sister's prospects." At that, something sharpened in him so suddenly that the room seemed to contract. "He mentioned your sister." "Yes." He had no right. I almost laughed. Not because anything was amusing, but because moral outrage from him had arrived in so late a season that it resembled impudence. "No right," I said. "How fortunate that men are usually restrained by what they have a right to do." He drew breath, then let it go again slowly. "I deserve that. I am relieved to hear there is at least one point on which we may agree." He moved no nearer. I noticed it then with fresh clarity. He was taking care not to advance even a step without necessity. It was not timidity. It was discipline. Once, years ago, that same discipline had seemed proof of character. Now, I knew it could equally serve as the respectable clothing of cowardice. He said, "I have not come to ask anything of you. Only to prevent further injury where I can." "Then you have come in the wrong order. The injury is not further. It is older than this morning." A silence followed which belonged to the past more than to the room. Outside, a cart rattled somewhere on the distant lane. Closer at hand, the passage floor gave a faint complaint beneath Briggs's step, and then was quiet again. Witness Risk stood outside the door like a patient relation. It pleased me, perversely, that even ruin could not be indulged privately. He said, "At present. At last, the immediate question is whether there are other letters beyond the 6. I watched him. "Do you know of any?" "No, bah." "You hesitate." "I am considering before I speak, which is not always the same thing." "Convenient distinction," he said. "Wes. But, true." He took one of his gloves from the table and turned it once between his fingers. "Not fidgeting. Only occupying a hand that otherwise might have betrayed him," he said. "I should have destroyed them years ago." "You should have answered one of them." He went utterly still. There are victories so small that they taste of blood, because one has bitten one's own mouth to win them. I had not meant to say it, or perhaps I had meant every day since I was 23, and had only now found the shape. When he spoke again his voice was lower. "Yes." Nothing followed it. No excuse. No plea. No mention of his father, his position, his later marriage, or any of the facts that had been so useful to others in explaining him. The simplicity of the admission disordered me more than defense would have done. I turned from him and went to the window, though there was little to see beyond a whitening patch of sky and the bare branches beyond the wall. "My cousin offers to have the packet destroyed," I said. "By his steward, no less. How secure you must feel for my peace, Da. That will not happen." I faced him again. "You speak as if you still possess the authority to prevent things in my life," he said. "I speak because if those papers pass through the steward's hands, or any solicitor's hands without care, they cease to be private altogether. If you wish them burned, they must be burned by your own decision and your own fire. If you wish them traced, they must be traced quickly." There it was, usefulness, grave and orderly, laid at my feet like some practical gift. 3 years ago I might have mistaken it for devotion. Now, I heard the guilt beneath it. Not loud, not theatrical, merely constant, like a second voice under the first. "And you," I said, "intend to do the tracing?" "If you permit it." "I do not know why I should." "Because the matter touches my name as well as yours. Because I may learn more quickly where the packet passed. Because your cousin is less likely to speak plainly before me than before a servant." He paused. "And because there is already enough in this to harm you without your being made to carry the whole burden of remedy." I looked at him for a long moment. He had aged, yes. So had I. But not in the same places. His face carried the discipline of a man accustomed to consequence. Mine, I suspected, carried the opposite habit, the discipline of a woman accustomed to being obliged to endure consequence arranged by others. "You mistake me, Mr. Kestrel," I said. "What I object to is not labor, it is debt." The word landed between us exactly where I had meant it to. His fingers tightened once on the glove. "I am not offering you debt. No. Help from you has always proved expensive." If he flinched, it was inward. The outer man remained perfectly composed. He said, "I cannot alter your opinion of me in 10 minutes. Nor did I come to attempt it." "Then why come at all?" His answer did not come at once. When it did, it was without ornament, because I was afraid. It would have been easier if he had said he came out of honor, or obligation, or concern for appearances. Fear was far less manageable. "Of what?" I asked. "That the letters had fallen into hands that would use them against you before I could reach the house." The sentence was so direct that for a moment I could think of nothing sharp enough to return. Briggs moved again in the passage. A spoon struck china. The small domestic sound restored the room to proportion. "If you learn anything," I said, "you may write to my mother." "Very well. And you will not enter into arrangements with my cousin on my behalf?" "Da. No. Nor with his steward. If the letters are to be handled at all, they will be handled according to my decision." He bowed his head once. "Yes." The obedience in that single syllable did not please me. I had no wish to command him. I wished only that there had once existed a moment in which I had not needed to. He set the glove back upon the table. He said, "There is one more thing." I waited. "If your cousin has guessed enough to threaten your sister's prospects, silence alone may not contain it." The words were carefully chosen. Too carefully. They belonged to the next stage of some thought he had not yet laid before me. "Then you had better pray he proves less inventive than other people," I said. His gaze met mine fully. I do not place much reliance on prayer where men have already been foolish. The old impulse to answer him with wit failed me. Not because I softened, but because some truer alarm had begun to stir beneath the rest. He knew something else, or feared it. He had not come only to count letters and offer discretion. There was another shape moving behind his usefulness, and though he did not yet speak it, I felt it gathering. He stepped back then, toward the door. "I will not keep you longer." I inclined my head. "Thank you for your consideration." It was a merciless sentence, and both of us knew it. His hand rested for an instant on the latch. He said, "Miss Harbury." I looked at him. "You need not thank me." "No," I said. "I do not think I shall." For the first time since he entered the room, Something almost unguarded passed across his face. Not pain exactly. Recognition, perhaps. Then it was gone. He bowed and left me to the cold morning room, the unlit fire, and the distinct understanding that whatever he had not yet said would return very soon. He should have gone. The latch was under his hand. The passage lay beyond him. The room had already given us as much privacy as propriety could excuse. Yet something in his face altered as if he had reached the edge of cowardice and found, at last, that even he had grown tired of it. He said, "There is one course, which may still prevent the worst interpretation." I did not answer at once. The tone itself offended me. Not because it was commanding, but because it was so carefully measured, as though he were laying out a route across dangerous ground, and expected me to walk upon it merely because he had named the stones. "You had better say it quickly," I said. "My mother allowed 10 minutes, not a quarter of an hour." He inclined his head. "Quite right." But he did not speak immediately. His eyes went once to the open door, where the passage stood empty save for the faint shine of the runner rug and the distant sound of household movement farther off. When he looked back at me, the expression with which he did so was not soft. It was worse than softness. It was honesty beginning in pain. He said, "If the packet is talked of, it will not be talked of as a bundle of harmless papers. It will be taken for what it is nearest to being." "And what is that?" "The remnant of an understanding." The room seemed to grow colder around the words, though perhaps that was only because there are certain truths the body receives before the mind has arranged a defense against them. I laughed then, but without amusement. "How fortunate that you have found a phrase for it," he said. "I had one years ago. I failed to act as if I believed it. That might have moved me had it come at another season of my life. Now, it only made my hands colder." "And now?" I ask. "What do you believe now?" "That if the matter is spoken of loosely, the burden of it will not fall chiefly upon me." No woman with a pulse and memory could have mistaken the meaning of that. If there had once been a private understanding, then a gentleman might be called weak, selfish, or dishonorable for not fulfilling it. But a woman could be called imprudent, forward, unmanaged, a danger to herself and therefore to any younger girl under the same roof. Men survive these things with a scar to vanity. Women survive them by becoming cautionary examples in other people's households. "You astonish me, Mr. Kestrel," I said. "You have discovered the world, precisely as I have always known it." He accepted the blow, though a more decent man might have left before earning another. He said, "I do not say it is discovery. I say it because time is short. Time was also short 3 years ago." His face changed then in the smallest possible degree, which was sufficient to tell me the wound had landed where I intended. I ought to have been satisfied. Instead, I only felt the old, exhausted ache of speaking too late because silence had once been forced upon me. "What course?" I said. He held my gaze. "If I begin to call here openly, and if I do so at once, the packet may be reinterpreted before it grows teeth. Old letters cease to look like evidence of abandonment, if they can be understood as the remains of an attachment renewed in honor." For one instant, I simply stared at him. The audacity of it was not in the practical sense. Practically, the idea was plain enough. If he were seen to attend us openly, after his widowhood, with correct frequency, under my mother's eye, society might decide that what had once failed was now merely delayed. The same facts that could stain me might, under a different arrangement of public appearances, be made to look almost respectable. No. The audacity lay elsewhere. "You propose," I said very quietly, "to protect me by doing in public what you would not do in private." His hand left the latch. Yes. There was no defense in it. No plea. Only the answer itself. I do not know what would have happened if he had tried to soften it. Perhaps I should have ordered him from the room. But the bare shape of his assent made anger more difficult and contempt more bitter. "And you imagine I shall be grateful?" No. "Then what do you imagine?" "That you will judge what is useful, whether you despise the source of it or not." The words were controlled, but beneath the control I heard something harsher than composure, A man refusing the comfort of being misunderstood less than he deserved. I turned from him, because standing under his eyes while he spoke of usefulness too much like being weighed again. The window glass held only a pale reflection of the room behind me. My own dark figure. The unwarmed grate, the edge of his coat a little farther back than it had been a moment ago. Even now he would not come closer unless invited. Once I had thought that honor. Now, I knew it could also be avoidance made elegant. "If you call here," I said, still looking at the glass, "my mother will understand it as intention. She would be right too." The answer came so quickly that I turned. His face had not altered, but the room had. Or I had. I became suddenly aware that we had stepped out of the region of hints and into something far more dangerous plain meaning. "You go too fast." "I do not believe we have that luxury." I crossed my arms, not for warmth. "Do not speak to me of luxury. You have forfeited the right." A flicker of something passed through his eyes, wariness, perhaps, or agreement too old to be surprising any longer. He said, "I mean only this. If your cousin has guessed enough to use your sister's future as leverage, then a few careful visits will not entirely answer him. He must see that he cannot hold the matter over you without also holding it over me." "You are very ready," I said, "to join your name to mine now." "Yes." Again that intolerable simplicity. I felt anger rise in me so sharply that for a moment I thought it would steady me. Instead it broke open something nearer grief. "Where was this readiness?" I asked, when my letters still had the chance of an answer. The question seemed to strike the room itself silent. Even the faint domestic sounds beyond the door had receded. He stood with one hand resting against the painted wood, and in that instant he looked not older exactly, but stripped of every useless protection except truth, he said, buried under fear, debt, obedience, and vanity, not one of which excuses me. If he had blamed only duty, I could have despised him more comfortably. If he had blamed only poverty, I could have accused him of calculation and been done. But vanity, that ugly, smaller word, had no grandeur in it, and therefore no shelter. A man may hide inside duty, he cannot hide elegantly inside vanity. I wished he had lied. Instead I said, "And now you come with a remedy." "No, I come with an exposure." His voice lowered. "If I call here openly, I declare not only interest but history. Any man with sense will see it. Your cousin certainly will. That is why it may restrain him. And why should you pay that price?" For the first time since the conversation began, something in his composure came near breaking. Not outwardly. He remained too governed for that. Yet the answer, when it came, sounded as if it had crossed a great distance to reach his mouth. "Because it is mine." The words undid none of the harm. They changed nothing of what had happened. Yet I could not pretend they were trivial. I turned away again, more angry with myself than with him. Pity is dangerous enough in any woman. In a woman already injured by the object of it, it becomes humiliation in finer clothing. "My mother will not thank you for another disturbance." I said no. "Or will marry in." "No, bah. And I said, am least inclined of any of us to receive favors." At that he stepped, not toward me, but fully back from the threshold, as if to make the distinction plain. He said, "Then do not receive it as one. Receive it as a measure against damage. Nothing more, unless time makes it something else." There it was. The exact shape of the cruelty. He offered not romance, not repentance with flowers and sentiment, but a correct and useful social instrument by which my name might be shielded under his. It was practical, plausible, perhaps necessary. And because it was necessary, it asked more of my pride than any tender speech could have done. The passage floor sounded softly outside. A shadow crossed the strip of light near the door and passed on. Witnesses everywhere. Servants, relatives, neighbors, chance observers, a whole world ready to decide what we were before either of us could bear to name it. "If I refuse?" I asked. He did not pretend not to understand what I meant. "Then I will still do what I can to trace the packet, and I will not trouble your house without permission." The answer angered me afresh because it left the choice with me. I had no wish to be generous. I had even less wish to be the architect of my own danger. And if I consent, then I call again, properly, under your mother's eye. I say nothing that commits you beyond what you choose to allow. If matters worsen, we consider what further shield may be required. Further shield. He had not said marriage. He did not need to. The words stood in the room all the same, quiet and upright as a witness no one had summoned but everyone recognized. My throat tightened. You ask a great deal. I know. You always knew. His eyes held mine. Not well enough when it mattered first. I should have ended it there. I should have thanked him with cold civility and sent him away into the winter morning to arrange his own conscience elsewhere. Instead, I thought of Marian's face when she had asked whether the letters could do us harm. I thought of my mother's hand trembling over the note. I thought of the dower house, warm only by economies, dependent in 100 daily ways upon the goodwill of a man who had already begun to enjoy our vulnerability. Refusal might be dignity. It might also be indulgence disguised as dignity. And women in reduced circumstances could seldom afford the luxury of confusion between the two. When? I asked. He said, tomorrow. If you permit it. The quiet certainty with which he answered told me he had not merely hoped for this point in the conversation. He had prepared himself for it, perhaps all the way from whatever house had sent him out at dawn. I resented him for that preparation. I resented myself more for needing it. I do not permit anything yet, I said. I say only that I will not forbid a call. Something in his face eased, though not enough to be called relief. He knew, as I did, that this was no victory. That is sufficient. No, I said. It is not. It is merely all I am willing to give you this morning. He bowed his head. Understood. I moved toward the door then, not to dismiss him as a servant might be dismissed, but because I could not bear another minute of standing in a cold room, while my future was weighed in measures of usefulness and pride. When we reached the parlor, my mother looked up at once. Marian set down the book she had never once appeared to read. The air felt warmer there, but no safer. Mr. Kestrel addressed my mother with perfect propriety. Mrs. Harbury, I must beg you to forgive the length of my intrusion. I hope, with your permission, to pay my respects again tomorrow. My mother's eyes moved from him to me. I had no shield in that moment but composure, and composure, though thin, must sometimes serve where happiness cannot. She said, if it suits my daughter. Carefully. Your mornings are generally quiet. It will suit, I said. The words left my mouth before I could make them prettier or harder. Marian's fingers tightened on the edge of her book. My mother went still in the way she always did when she heard necessity approaching in good manners. Mr. Kestrel bowed. You are very obliging. No one contradicted him, which was perhaps the most honest thing that happened all morning. He took his leave a minute later. I did not watch from the window. I had no wish to see the carriage roll away and leave the house altered behind it. Yet altered it was. Not because he had come, but because I had allowed the possibility of his coming again. My mother waited until the sound of wheels had faded before she spoke. Lydia. I turned to her. What have you done? There are questions asked in love which still feel like accusations because love itself is frightened. I have not done anything yet, I said. I have only refused to make us weaker by pretending refusal costs nothing. My mother sank back in her chair. Marian stared at me as if I had stepped into a river in winter and invited the current to decide the rest. The room was silent for a long moment. Then Briggs entered with fresh coals, and the ordinary business of the household resumed around us, as if women did not sometimes alter the shape of their lives between one teacup and the next. I stood by the fire and felt the locked key of the workbox heavy in my pocket. Tomorrow, he would come again. And if pride had once been all that remained properly mine, I had just spent part of it to buy time. Chapter 2 Terms by the Fire. Julian returned the next morning at 11, which told me two things at once. First, that he intended his conduct to bear inspection, and second, that he understood precisely how much inspection mattered. A gentleman who meant secrecy did not choose a clear hour. A gentleman who meant only impulse did not choose one with such care. The sky had lowered since dawn, and a thin rain tapped at the window panes with the patience of something that expected to be let in by evening. Briggs had mended the morning room fire earlier than usual, perhaps because my mother had rung for more coal without pretending economy this once, or perhaps because even servants understood when cold became an affront rather than a discomfort. Marian sat with her work near the window, but spoiled 3 stitches out of every 5. My mother, who had decided upon a darker gown than the hour required, arranged and rearranged a folded handkerchief in her lap until I wished she would either drop it or tear it. When Briggs announced him, no one looked at me. That was mercy of a kind. He entered exactly as he had the day before, grave, controlled, and carrying the weather in with him. Yet there was something more deliberate in his manner now. He had not come merely because alarm had sent him. He had come as a man who had spent a night deciding what of himself he was prepared to place in public view. Mrs. Harbury. Miss Harbury. Miss Marian. My mother returned the greeting with proper steadiness. Marian did the same, though her voice was too quick. I inclined my head and saw his gaze rest upon me for no longer than civility allowed. He had come prepared for scrutiny. His coat was impeccable, his gloves new, his boots cleaned of road mud before he entered the house. A man who understood that society made stories from surfaces as readily as from words could not have dressed himself more correctly. If he had been attending a funeral, he intended everyone to discuss afterward. For 10 minutes we spoke of nothing that mattered. That, too, mattered very much. My mother asked after his aunt at Ripley. He inquired with appropriate concern whether the dower house drew badly from the east. Marian mentioned the road beyond the market town being nearly impassable after dark. I contributed no more than was required. If anyone beyond these walls chose later to reconstruct the tenor of his visit from servant memory, they would find nothing but propriety in weather. Then my mother set down her cup. She said, "Mr. Kestrel, you were good enough yesterday to suggest that this household might require some consideration. I think Miss Harbury has reflected upon what was said." It was a generous sentence. It permitted me to speak without seeming to seize the conversation, and it allowed him no opportunity to pretend he had come only from social habit. His eyes met mine. "If Miss Harbury wishes it, I am entirely at her disposal." The phrase was faultless. It also irritated me at once. "I do not wish you at my disposal, sir," I said. "Only at the disposal of facts." Something almost like understanding touched his face and was gone. "Then I shall try to be equal to the difference." My mother looked between us and rose. She said, "Marian, come with me to see whether Briggs has remembered the preserve cupboard. I am persuaded she never does unless I stand beside her." My sister stood at once. She hesitated only long enough to glance at me. And in that glance was concern, curiosity, loyalty, and something else which pained me more than any of them, obedience to a necessity she did not entirely approve. When the door shut behind them, it did not latch. My mother had kept yesterday's promise and refined it. Julian remained where he was for a moment rather than mistaking privacy for permission. Then, when I sat near the fire, he took the chair opposite. The room between us was not large, but he left as much of it intact as possible. Outside, the rain went on tapping against the glass. He said, "I take it." "That refusal is no longer absolute." "I take it," I replied, "that you imagine half a concession to be encouragement." "No. Then we begin well." His mouth altered, though not enough to be called a smile. "Perhaps as well as we are likely to begin." I folded my hands in my lap. I had resolved during the night that if this interview took place, it should do so upon ground of my choosing. That resolve had seemed stronger by candlelight than it did now, with him seated across from me and the fire laying an entirely unbecoming softness upon one side of his face. "I have conditions," I said. "I expected no less. That is not permission to look relieved." "I do not believe I do." "No," I said. "You believe you look composed, which is a different ambition." This time I did see the near shadow of a smile. and hated it, because it reminded me that once I had lived for the difficult amusement of provoking such expressions in him. "I would have preferred us both made wholly of iron," he said. "I am listening." "First," I said, "nothing is to be said publicly that commits me beyond visible civility and such calls as my mother may receive. If you attend here, you attend correctly. You will not encourage any language of settled intention, either in your household or ours." He inclined his head. "Agreed." "Second, my mother and sister are not to pay the price of whatever design is formed between us." His gaze sharpened. "In what way do you mean?" "In every way that matters," I said. "If my cousin imagines that my name gives him leverage over Marie-Anne's prospects or my mother's peace, then your appearance here must not merely decorate a scandal. It must diminish his appetite for using it." But he was silent a moment, not because he did not understand, but because he did. "You wish me to speak with a solicitor. I wish you first to tell me whether speaking with one would be of use, or merely theatrical." "It may be of use." "May." He leaned back slightly, one hand resting against the chair arm with a restraint so careful that it seemed almost severe. He said, "Your mother's right to the dower house is not in question. Its comfort, maintenance, and the speed with which inconveniences are remedied are more vulnerable than the legal principle itself. Your cousin cannot remove her without consequence. He can, however, make residence unpleasant if he chooses to be petty with sufficient elegance. So you and I are of one mind regarding his gifts." He said, "We are of one mind regarding many things," quietly, though not always at a happy hour. I ignored that. "And Marian?" He answered more promptly. "If rumor begins to touch her, it must be met early, not with denial alone. Denial is too thin. She must continue to appear under proper protection, in proper company, and without any visible shadow from your history." "My history?" I repeated. He said, "Yes. For the present, that is how the world would name it. The honesty angered me less this morning because I had invited it. That did not make it gentler. You speak as if the world were a clergyman whose language cannot be improved." He said, "No. Only as if the world were exactly what it is." The rain thickened at the windows. Somewhere in the passage Briggs crossed with a tray and did not slow, which I was grateful for. A servant's tact is nowhere more valuable than in a reduced household. I looked into the fire for a moment before I spoke again. "If you mean to place yourself publicly near us," I said, "then I require this. Before anything is allowed to look serious, you will satisfy me that my mother's allowance cannot be entangled by any renewed unpleasantness from the hall, and that Marianne's portion is in order, untouched by administrative confusion or delay." At that his eyes came back to my face with full attention. "You know a great deal more of the household accounts than you once pretended to. One learns rapidly," I said, "when illusion grows expensive." He received that in silence. "Can it be done?" I asked. "Wes." The word came without flourish, and because of that I believed it more than if he had embroidered it. "How?" "Partly by inquiry, partly by pressure, partly by having matters written rather than left to family good feeling." He paused. "If there is any uncertainty in the remittance schedule, or in the disposition of funds, settled after your father's death, it can be clarified. If there is no uncertainty, clarity itself will do some good. Petty tyranny prefers dim corners. You make despotism sound like housekeeping. In this country, it often is." That answer I could not challenge. It was too near the bone. I let the silence stretch a little. It was useful sometimes to see whether a man filled silence with truth or with convenience. Julian, I had learned, filled it with caution, which was a nobler fault than invention and more difficult to forgive. "My third condition," I said, "concerns the letters." His expression did not change, but I felt his attention gather more tightly. "When this matter is ended," I said, "all of them come to me. Every letter, every scrap, every copy, if copy there is. I will not have my former self passing from steward to widow to cousin to solicitor, while other people debate whether I was young too openly." He answered at once, "Yes. You say that too quickly, because there is nothing to dispute, and if others hold some beyond the 6, then I will help recover them. There, I said. That is exactly the place where dead enters. His gaze held mine. You draw the line finely. Have had practice. He lowered his eyes briefly, then raised them again. He said, if additional letters exist, would you prefer I do nothing? I would prefer that nothing had ever been required. That I cannot give you. No, I said. I have noticed. For the first time since he sat down, he shifted. Not in discomfort with the chair, but with the conversation itself. One hand went to the seal of his watch and back again, a movement so slight I might once have called it stillness. Now, I knew it for what it was. The body's tax for self-command. He said, my assistance need not take the form of personal obligation. If any documents are recovered, they may be conveyed through your mother, or through a solicitor, if you would rather. The practicality of the answer should have reassured me. Instead, it made me tired. You have grown very skillful in arranging matters, so that the heart need not appear in them. A silence followed. It was not an empty one. When he spoke, his voice was lower. The heart has appeared in them often enough to do harm. There it was again, truth, spare, and badly lit, refusing comfort. I did not allow myself to soften. Softness, with him, was perilous not because he would exploit it crudely, but because he would understand it too well. My fourth condition, I said, is that you do not purchase compliance by generosity. He frowned slightly. I do not. You do, I said. Perhaps not intentionally. But you enter a room and begin at once to make yourself useful. It is a form of command in gentler clothing. He went still. I pressed on before I could lose the will to do so. If you call here, if you stand up in public as though old history were turning toward honor, if you place inquiries in motion on my mother's behalf or Marian's, then you do not afterwards speak as if gratitude ought naturally to follow. I will not be coaxed into a more favorable opinion, because the practical arrangement is tidy. He did not answer immediately, and the absence of answer startled me more than protest would have done. At last he said, you think me capable of confusing relief with forgiveness. I think many men capable of it. And me. I met his eyes. Wes. He bowed his head once very slightly. Then I am glad you have said so plainly. No self-defense. No injured dignity. I had not expected him to agree, and therefore found agreement almost insolent. You avoid your own interest too gracefully, sir. I have no right to style myself injured when I am being measured. And have you a right to style yourself changed? The question escaped me with more force than I intended. It struck us both. I saw it in the way his shoulders set, not stiffly, but as a man sets himself against he has known before. He said, I have not styled myself anything. I have only come. That answer might once have satisfied me. Now it did not. You came yesterday in alarm, I said. You come today in intention. Somewhere between the two, you must have decided what story you were willing to make of this. His eyes did not leave mine. Yes. What decided you? A longer silence this time. The fire settled softly. Rain hissed down one side of the chimney. At last he said, the knowledge that if I let others shape it first, they would shape it chiefly to your harm. That is not enough. He said, no. But it is true. I felt impatience rise in me again, sharp as hunger. There is always some portion you reserve. He knew at once what I meant. Not the letters. Not the visits. Not the solicitor. The other thing. The old marriage. The exact nature of his surrender to it. Not that he had married, which everyone knew, but how he had chosen the path and what of me he had weighed against it. His face altered, though only in the slightest tightening about the mouth. He said, I will answer what concerns the present danger, and what concerns the past. I do not refuse it forever, only today. Yes. I rose before I had fully decided to. The movement sent a little current of heat upward from the fire and left my hands colder than before. How convenient, I said. You accept every practical burden, and decline the one truth that might allow me to judge you fairly. He stood as well, because breeding would not let him remain seated, while I was on my feet, and suddenly the room felt smaller, the fire between us less like comfort than like a line drawn under a statement. He said, I know. No, I replied. You know only that I have continued to speak to you. Do not mistake endurance for permission." His expression changed then, not into anger, but into something I feared more, a sorrow without appeal. He said, "I do not." We stood with the flames moving low between us. I could hear Marian laughing faintly somewhere beyond the passage, too brightly for ease. My mother was saying something about jars, and Briggs replying in the careful tone servants use when they have already remembered everything perfectly well and only require the mistress to feel she governs it. Ordinary life. Preserves, coals, damp hymns, calls, account books, all the small weights by which existence is kept from floating into theater. I clung to them. At last I said, more quietly, "If this is to go forward at all, it goes forward under terms. Mine. As far as they can be kept. Wes. You will call again. Correctly. No more often than propriety allows. Yes. You will make inquiries about my mother's security and Marian's portion, and report them through me or my mother. Wes. You will not touch the letters without my consent." "No." The answer came so promptly that for a second I thought I had misheard him. He corrected himself at once, and in another man I might have smiled. In him the slip struck too near the nerves. "I mean, I will not handle them without your consent, nor attempt to secure them by other hands." The error hung between us with the faintest absurdity. It should have lightened the room. Instead, it only reminded me how much strain exactness cost him. "Very well," I said. He said, "And you, carefully, will allow that if rumor begins to move faster than visits can contain, I may tell you so plainly." I hesitated. That was as near to a condition of his own as he had yet advanced. "At once," I said. "And plainly." He bowed his head. The door moved a fraction then, and Marian's voice sounded from beyond it. "Mama says Briggs remembered the preserves perfectly, but only after an inquiry severe enough to improve them." The tone was light, but it carried rescue with it. My sister had judged the interview long enough and chosen interruption over accident. "Then Briggs must be congratulated," I said. Marian entered first, my mother behind her. One glance at my face, another at Julian's, and my mother understood that matters had neither broken nor softened. We had merely bound them into a cleaner shape. Mr. Kestrel turned to her at once. "Mrs. Harbury, I am obliged to you. Miss Harbury has been good enough to permit that I may continue to call, if it is not inconvenient to your household." My mother looked at me. "It will not be inconvenient," I said. "Not convenient either, but the world seldom asks what word lies between the two." Julian took his leave a few minutes later, after no more than was proper had been said. When the carriage had rolled away and the rain had swallowed the last sound of wheels, Marian came to stand beside me at the window. She asked, "Well?" I watched the blurred line of the drive where the horses had passed. "He has agreed to the practical things." "And the other things?" I closed my hand over the cold edge of the windowsill. "He has postponed them." Marian was silent. Then, very softly, "Will you let him?" I thought of the fire, the terms, the letters, my mother's allowance, Marian's future, the cousin Hare's note folded still in my workbox beneath the packet of old shame. "For now," I said. The words tasted of caution, pride, and something else I would not name, because naming it would have made it feel too much like hope, and hope, in my experience, was the most expensive thing in any house. It is a strange thing to watch one's own danger put on respectable clothes. Within 4 days of our interview in the morning room, Julian had called twice more. Each visit timed with such correctness that even malice would have had to admit it could not improve upon his manners without becoming ridiculous. He came neither too often nor too rarely. He remained never quite long enough to seem at ease, which was wise. Ease, in our circumstances, would have looked either presumptuous or intimate, and we could afford neither. My mother received him with grave civility. Marian, after the first sharpness of curiosity, began to recover something of her usual brightness. I, having set the terms, was obliged now to sit beneath their execution and discover how much composure cost when one had oneself invited the surgeon. The house altered around us almost at once. Not in substance. The dower house remained the dower houser, smaller, colder, dependent upon fires that were always one basket of coal too dear, and windows that never ceased to remind us which wing had once been ours and was ours no longer. Yet the manner in which people moved through it changed. Briggs announced callers with less apology in her voice. The housemaid ceased looking as though every knock at the door might prove another small humiliation in delivery. Even my mother sat a degree straighter at breakfast, not from happiness, but from the relief of knowing that our household had become, for the present, less easily handled as a private inconvenience. My cousin had not expected that. He called one damp afternoon under pretense of inquiring whether a carpenter ought to be sent for the loose shutter in the back bedchamber. He stood in the parlor with his usual polished economy and asked, after my mother's comfort, with such measured concern that the sentence itself seemed to congratulate him on his own benevolence. Julian had left only 20 minutes before. I saw my cousin's glance take in the additional cup upon the tray, the still warm place by the fire, Marian's work laid aside in unusual disorder, and the card upon the mantel with Mr. Kestrel's name, written in Briggs's careful hand for household memory. Nothing in his face changed. Men of that sort are too disciplined to offer the world a visible defeat. Yet some small inward reckoning took place all the same. He said, I am glad, after the necessary exchanges, to find the dower house less retired than it has lately appeared. My mother answered before I could. We have been fortunate in seeing a little more of our friends. Indeed. His gaze moved to me. Mr. Kestrel has shown a marked attention. The sentence was perfectly shaped to require either modest assent or foolish denial. I offered him neither. Mr. Kestrel has been obliging to my mother, I said. My cousin smiled with his mouth and not at all with the rest of him. A fortunate distinction. I believe so. It was not victory, exactly. Only the pleasantness of watching a man discover that his former leverage must now share the room with another name. He stayed no longer than propriety demanded. After he had gone, Marian burst into speech almost before Briggs closed the door behind him. He looked as if he had swallowed rainwater. Marian, my mother said. Well, he did. I turned back to the fire so they should not see that I almost smiled. Not because I had softened toward the arrangement, but because there is comfort in seeing ill-used power obliged to remember its company. It will not make him kinder, I said. No. My mother replied quietly. But it may make him more careful, which for some tempers is the nearest useful relation to kindness. That was true enough to silence us all. Over the following week, the pattern established itself. Julian called on Mondays and Thursdays, always in full daylight, always with the correct degree of ceremony, and once in company with his aunt, Lady Esther Field, who possessed the sort of unimpeachable age and rank which can lend propriety to almost anything short of arson. She was a spare, upright woman with sharp dark eyes and a bonnet trimmed so severely that one felt it must have been chosen not for ornament, but for moral argument. She took my mother's hand with real feeling, inspected the dower house without visible pity, and spoke to Marian as if she had already decided to like her. To me she said, after 10 minutes of weather, linen, and parish nuisances, you have your father's look about the eyes, Miss Harbury, though I suspect rather more patience. I answered. Then you remember Papa kindly, madam. She said. I remember him accurately. Kinness sometimes follows accuracy if one is lucky. Julian, seated at a proper distance, kept his face as composed as ever. Yet, I saw the slight downward turn at one corner of his mouth, which meant he was trying not to laugh. The expression disturbed me more than open amusement would have done. It belonged too nearly to older, easier days. Lady Esther Field's visit produced what it was meant to produce. 2 days later, Mrs. Pembroke from the vicarage called with an excess of warmth that would have offended me, if it had not so plainly served our interest. She had been notably absent since our removal from the hall. Now she arrived with seed cake, concern for the damp, and an invitation for Marian to join a small evening gathering the following week. She said, we are to have only the Fortescues, my niece from York, and perhaps Mrs. Bell's daughters, if the roads permit. Quite nothing, you know. but I should be delighted if Miss Marian would come. Quite nothing. In village language, that meant everything necessary to show that Marian remained receivable. My mother thanked her with a composure I knew cost her more than simple gratitude. Marian colored and promised delight. I sat and listened while the terms of social rescue were arranged over cake scarcely touched by any of us. Afterward, when Mrs. Pembroke had gone and Briggs was carrying out the tray, Marian came to stand beside my chair and laid her hand on my shoulder. "This is because of him, Wes," I said. "Then I suppose I must be grateful, and I dislike being grateful where you are not." I took her hand and pressed it once. "You need not imitate me in all my defects," I said. She smiled then, though only a little. "That is fortunate, because I think your defects would sit badly on me." There are moments when younger sisters remind one that affection is the last form of wealth no entail can quite strip from a house. Yet gratitude, even second-hand, remained difficult. Julian had asked for none. That did not prevent his usefulness from accumulating around us like another kind of obligation. He proved exact in the smaller matters as well. When my mother mentioned, during one call, that the lane to the church had become nearly impassable after rain, he did not offer his own carriage with the large-handed benevolence I had forbidden. Instead, 2 days later, Lady Esterfield sent word that her coachman would call for Marian and my mother on Sunday if the weather remained poor, as she herself had no wish to attend and hated to see good women punished for mud. The arrangement was so neatly made that I could not accuse Julian of direct interference without making myself absurd. Yet I knew whose intelligence lay beneath it. At the church door that Sunday, he stood aside after assisting my mother from the carriage, allowing my cousin, who had arrived only moments before, to witness precisely enough and no more. The action was so well judged that it made me almost angry. He did not touch me. He barely looked at me. Yet he had somehow managed to place my mother under visible respect, Marian under safe notice, and me under a form of guarded association without granting the village a single inch of indecorous spectacle. Inside the church, the pew arrangements had not altered. Our family still occupied the same benches, though with a different weight in them. I felt the difference more keenly than ever that morning. My cousin sat in the place that should once have belonged to our future by habit and inheritance. We sat where we had always sat, but now on sufferance, every hymn and prayer carrying the faint humiliation of continuance without possession. When the final blessing was over and the congregation broke into its usual rustle of bonnets, gloves, and low remarks, Mrs. Bell fell into step beside me near the porch. She said, "My dear Miss Harbury," with the air of one selecting her words as a charitable woman selects alms, "how pleased we all are that matters appear to be settling so happily." I looked at her. Happily. She lowered her voice, though not so much that the effort itself was not visible. "Well, one always hopes that constancy, if delayed, may still find its proper reward." I could not answer, not because I lacked words, but because there are moments when words would only invite the full indecency of explanation. Mrs. Bell took my silence for softness and pressed on. "I always said to my daughters that first attachments, when they are truly founded, have a remarkable way of returning to their natural course." That was the first time I understood fully what Julian had meant. Society did not merely forgive when given a better story. It embroidered. It improved. It took old injury, hid the coarser seams, and presented the result as if fate itself had always intended a graceful design. Behind me, Marian was speaking to one of the Bell girls. Ahead, my mother stood under Mrs. Pembroke's protection, like a woman being carefully returned to circulation. Across the yard, Julian was engaged by the vicar, his expression attentive, his manner exactly calm. He did not once look toward me. Mrs. Bell smiled. It must be a comfort. Comfort. The word nearly choked me. When at last I found my voice, it was perfectly steady. "It is certainly an alteration, madam." She seemed a little disappointed not to have drawn a blush, a confession, or gratitude. Finding none, she turned to easier prey in the form of Marian's hem, and the village dressmaker's failures. I moved away before I could be made to discuss either. The walk back to the carriage took us over damp gravel that had softened under the morning's weather. My skirt edge had already taken mud by the time I reached the step. Julian came forward then, again with the same exact correctness, and offered his hand to my mother first. Then to Marian. Then, because there was no avoiding it without seeing to me. For one instant my glove lay in his. No pressure, no impropriety. Only the steady assistance any gentleman might offer. Yet the contact startled me with its complete lack of flourish. Once, long ago, I had imagined all possible future touches with him and endowed them with a foolish radiance. This one was worse than any youthful fantasy because it was so ordinary. Damp glove. Firm balance. The smell of rain in wool. A hand withdrawn the moment I was settled. Nothing could have been more proper. Nothing could have reminded me more sharply how much of life is altered not by declarations, but by repeated conduct. He stepped back at once. Miss Harbury. The words were formal. They might have passed between strangers. I met his gaze only long enough to say, "Sir." Then the carriage door closed. As we drove away, Marian leaned nearer the window and then looked at me with an expression compounded of amazement and exasperation. "You are both behaving as if a chaperone made entirely of ice sat between you." "She does," I said. "She is called society." My mother made a small sound that might have been amusement if fatigue had not weighed so heavily upon it. At home, Briggs brought in the wraps, the kettle, and the village's complete understanding of events all at once. One look at her face told me she had already heard enough from churchyard channels to know that Mr. Kestrel's attentions were no longer being classed among ordinary neighborly calls. She said only, "The fire's up well in the parlor, madam." But the sentence carried the rest. Fires were up, calls were noted. Roads were watched. We had entered that narrow stage of existence in which every action remained respectable, and none of it remained private. Later that afternoon, when the house had quieted and Marian had gone upstairs to mend a ribbon she claimed church damp had ruined, I found my mother alone with her account book open upon her knee, and no figures entered for the page before her. "You have not added a single number," I said. She looked up. "No." I sat opposite her. After a moment she said, "It is beginning to work." The words were simple. Their cost was not. "Wes," she said, "and that." Touching the blank page with one finger. "His why you look more troubled than you did when the plan was only an argument." I could not deny it. When danger first presents itself, one's task is merely to survive it. When survival begins to succeed, one must then live inside the shape of the remedy. That is a more intimate burden. "People are mending the story already," I said. "They have decided it was always fidelity delayed, not failure disguised." My mother closed the account book. "People prefer a pretty falsehood to an ugly truth whenever the falsehood may be repeated over cake." I laughed then, though quietly. "Yes." She regarded me for a long moment. "And what do you prefer?" I looked toward the window where rain still marked the panes with a patient, silvery insistence. "The truth," I said. "I think." Then, because honesty with mothers sometimes comes by accident more than intention, I added. "But I had forgotten how tiring it is to be protected by a man one has not forgiven." My mother's face altered. Not into surprise, but into something gentler and far more dangerous. She said, "My dear girl, that is because protection, when it is mixed with injury, never feels entirely like shelter. It feels partly like being indebted for the roof under which one was once left in weather." The sentence was so exact that I had to lower my eyes. Outside, a carriage passed on the lane and went on. In the workbox by the mantel, 6 old letters lay under lock and silk. In the village, our former disgrace was already beginning to be rewritten as a romance of patience and return. And somewhere between those two false securities, locked paper and public invention, Julian Kestrel continued to call correctly at our door, protecting us in all the ways I had demanded and disturbing me in all the ways I had not permitted him to. The first clear proof that Julian meant to keep his practical promises arrived not by his hand, but by the family solicitor's boots dripping upon our hall runner. He came on a raw Tuesday morning, when the sky had the color of old pewter, and the chimneys smoked low before rain. My mother was upstairs with a headache. Marianne had gone with Briggs to choose ribbon from the mercer in the town, having at last accepted that if she was to appear at Mrs. Pembroke's little gathering, she must not do so in a gown whose trimming already confessed 3 winters. I was in the parlor with the account book open and a pencil laid across figures, which did not improve by staring at them. Briggs entered and announced, with a gravity usually reserved for clergymen and bad news, that the solicitor wished to speak with Mrs. Harbury, but would be content, if she was indisposed, to address Miss Harbury first. "That depends," I said, "on whether he brings law or condolence." Briggs, who had known me too long to be shocked by levity used as defense, replied only, "Mostly papers, miss." He was shown in a moment later, a dry, careful man with a face like folded parchment, and the kind of respectable coat which seems expressly designed to prove that money, though present, has not been enjoyed. He bowed, asked after my mother's health, accepted the fire without quite approaching it, and laid his gloves upon his hat with ceremonial neatness. He said, "I shall not distress Mrs. Harbury, if it may be avoided. The matters I bring are chiefly clarifications." That was a solicitor's word for troubles one hoped to make less troublesome by writing them down. "You may speak before me," I said. "My mother has trusted me with the household figures since my father's death." So Mr. Kestrel informed me. The sentence was innocent enough. It still set my teeth on edge. "I dare say Mr. Kestrel has informed a great many people of a great many things this month." The solicitor regarded me with mild caution. "Only such things as were useful to the inquiry, I believe." Useful. Always that word. He drew 2 folded documents from his case. "The first concerns your mother's annuity. I am happy to say there is no legal defect in it. The payment schedule is properly secured. The recent delay arose from household transition at the Hall, and an excess of administrative discretion by persons who should have possessed less of it." That, from a solicitor, was nearly profanity. "So my cousin has been careless," I said. He gave the smallest possible pause. "I should call the management irregular rather than careless." "You are kinder than I." "I am paid to be more exact." For the first time that morning, I liked him a little. He placed the second paper upon the table. "This relates to Miss Marian's portion. It remains intact. There is no diminution, and I have obtained written confirmation that no adjustment or temporary borrowing has been made against it in the course of estate reordering." I stared at him. It is one thing to fear that a young woman's future may be damaged by gossip. It is another to live long enough in reduced circumstances to understand that gossip and money seldom remain strangers. Marian's portion was not large. That was precisely why it needed protection. Small sums vanish more quietly than large ones, and quiet theft is the favorite vice of respectable men. "You have obtained confirmation already, Wes." How rapidly the law moves when properly provoked. Again that almost pause. Certain inquiries were accelerated. By Julian, of course. Pressure. Partly by influence and partly by the insinuation of further attention. I felt relief first and then, almost immediately, resentment for the relief. It is fatiguing to owe gratitude for the repair of dangers one did not create. The solicitor shifted one of the papers slightly, aligning its edge with the grain of the table. He said, "There is another matter." Of course there was. There always is. Relief is never permitted a clean entrance into a household like ours. It must come with its hat in one hand and a complication in the other. "The letters," I said, as I sat more upright. His voice lowered, though no one stood outside the door. "In tracing the passage of the packet, I spoke yesterday with a former copying clerk, now attached to another office in York. Years ago he was in service with the firm then advising on Lady Kestrel's settlement and certain connected obligations." The room seemed to alter around the sentence. Not visibly. Only in that inward way by which the body receives importance before the mind has made a place for it. He remembered the packet. Not precisely as a packet, more as a quantity of private correspondence set aside among papers that ought not to have been mixed with the formal draft materials. My fingers tightened on the pencil. "And how?" I asked. "Did my letters come to lie among Lady Kestrel's formal materials?" He was too well trained to look uncomfortable. Yet discomfort entered the room all the same, quiet and legal. Because, as he recalls it, Mr. Kestrel was attending the chambers repeatedly in a short and difficult season. There were dead instruments, family obligations, settlement papers, and a quantity of personal effects and correspondence moving in more than one direction at once. The clerk's memory is imperfect, but he believes a bundle of ladies' letters was removed from Mr. Kestrel's personal dispatch case when draft agreements were being assembled for reference, and later returned imperfectly. If returned at all. I heard the fire settle behind the grate. "Lady Kestrel's settlement," I said carefully. "You mean his marriage settlement?" "Yes." The word itself did not strike me. It had done that years before. What struck now was the image suddenly made plain, not Julian as a distant man who withdrew into silence and later married. Julian in chambers. Julian with debts and papers. Julian while my letters still existed not as relics, but as items among active possessions. Julian arranging one life, while mine was not yet dismissed enough to be forgotten. The solicitor went on, because his business was facts, not mercy. The clerk further recalled, again, imperfectly, that the urgency of that business arose not from mere preference, but from a pressing need to satisfy creditors connected to family obligations. I am told there were notes in circulation, pressure upon the London house, and concern for the settlements of 2 female relations. His mother and sisters, then. Or one of each. It hardly mattered which. The shape was ugly enough without the names. I looked at the rain-marked window rather than at him. So it was not greed, I said. I should not like to reduce it to that word. No, I said. Greed is simple. This appears to have had the advantage of motive. He let that pass, he said. Mr. Kestrel wished you informed of the practical circumstances, only so far as they bore on the tracing of the papers. He did not instruct me to enlarge upon private history, and I should not do so in any case. The sentence was both careful and revealing. Julian had not ordered the story told in full. He had allowed enough of it to emerge to serve the present inquiry. No more. My voice came out steadier than I felt. The clerk remembered all this after so many years. Not all. Enough. Old legal business leaves strange fragments in men's minds. He remembered Mr. Kestrel's attendance, because it was unusually frequent. He remembered the pressure, because gentlemen do not always conceal strain from clerks as completely as they imagine. And he remembered the letters because they seemed personal, and therefore unsuitable company for settlement drafts. I almost laughed. Unsuitable company. The phrase had a precision cruelty could envy. So that was what my younger heart had become, unsuitable company for the documents of his advantageous marriage. The solicitor gathered his gloves but did not yet rise. There is one further point. The clerk believes the correspondence was not destroyed, because it was assumed to have been returned to Mr. Kestrel's personal papers after the settlement concluded. If so, it may have remained among effects later boxed after Lady Kestrel's death. That would explain how it moved eventually into household sorting, and thence, by error or by negligence, toward the hall and the dower house. Overflow. At last, I said, I root respectable enough to satisfy everyone. He studied me briefly with eyes too professional to pity and too old not to understand. Miss Harbury, I am aware this information may not be agreeable. I said, but it is exact, which is often more useful. He rose then, and I did the same. He said, I shall send copies of these confirmations for your mother's files. And I advise that any further inquiry concerning the packet proceed with discretion. The present social interpretation is in your favor. One must not tempt the village to improve upon it. In other words, I said, we are safest inside a misunderstanding. He bowed. It is often the nearest society comes to justice. After he had gone, I stood in the center of the room with the 2 papers in my hand, and the strangest sensation moving through me. Anger sharpened by knowledge, but not simplified by it. There had always been a childish part of pain, which preferred insult to necessity. Insult is cleaner. One may build contempt upon it, and live there quite comfortably. Necessity is fuller. Necessity drags pity after it, and pity for the person who injured you is a draught colder than any winter window. By noon the rain had become steady enough to keep Marian indoors. She returned with damp hems, bright cheeks, and 2 lengths of ribbon triumphantly secured under Briggs's protection. My mother, hearing the solicitor had come, summoned me upstairs at once. I told her first of the annuity and Marian's portion. Relief moved over her face like a tired light. Only after that did I tell her the rest. She sat very still against the pillows while I spoke. When I had finished, her hands remained folded over the counterpane, but the knuckles had whitened. She said, "So he married under pressure, Wes. And while your letters were still among his papers, Wes." My mother shut her eyes for a moment. She asked, "Does that lessen it?" No. That answer came too quickly to be mistaken. But when I went back downstairs, it did lessen one thing: the convenience of hatred. Not the quantity of it, only its convenience. Julian came that afternoon. Of course he did. The weather would have kept a less resolved man at home, but Julian had never again, since re-entering our lives, chosen ease where difficulty offered itself as duty. Briggs announced him. Marian, who had been laughing over a ridiculous story from the mercer's wife, stopped at once. My mother sent down word that she would not come down, having a headache still. That left Marian and me to receive him. He entered with rain on his shoulders and apology in his bearing. "Mrs. Harbury is indisposed." "Sensibly so," I said. "The law has visited us." His gaze fixed on mine at once. Marian looked from one to the other of us and rose. She said, "I have promised Briggs I would choose the least offensive ribbon for the blue gown," with quite intolerable innocence. "That may require an age." When she had gone, closing the door softly behind her, Julian remained standing. "You have seen the solicitor, Wes?" He took one slow breath. "Then you know at least the outline." "I know enough." Still he did not sit. Neither did I invite him to. The fire had been built up against the rain, and the room was warmer than usual. It did nothing to ease the conversation. "You might have told me," I said. "Yes." The answer, plain and immediate, angered me more than a denial would have done. "Ah! You might have told me yesterday, or the day before. Instead you let a clerk's memory come into my drawing room and do the work." His face altered, not into resistance, but into a kind of grim consent. "I meant to tell you myself." 1. After the next neat call. After another church morning. After Marian's prospects were safely floated upon the fiction of constancy. He did not move. "I meant to tell you when I could say it without sounding as though I placed my circumstances in competition with your injury." "How delicate," I said. "How admirably considerate." Rain struck the panes in a harder line. Somewhere above us the house creaked, settling against weather and years. It was a homely sound. I hated that such sounds must accompany misery as faithfully as they accompany sleep. "So," I said, "your marriage was rescue." "Yes." "Your family required money." "Yes." "The settlement answered debts." "Yes." "And all the while my letters sat in the same air as the papers arranging your salvation." His mouth tightened once. "Wes, there are answers which do not soothe because their honesty only proves how much dishonesty could have been spared long ago." I crossed to the mantel and set down the annuity paper before I crushed it. How fortunate for everyone that ruin and advantage were so efficiently married. He flinched then. Not outwardly enough for another observer to swear to it, but enough for me, who had once studied every silence in him, as if my future were written there. He said, "It was not fortunate." "No, only useful." He did not dispute the word this time. I turned to face him fully. "What I do not know," I said, "is whether you had already chosen that usefulness when you received my last letter." The room went still. At once I knew I had struck the right place. Not because he confessed, but because he did not. Silence is the most eloquent answer in men who otherwise pride themselves on precision. "Well?" I asked. His voice, when it came, was lower than before. "I cannot answer that today." Fury rose in me so swiftly that I felt its heat before I felt its shape. "You cannot?" "No. You have managed yes and no with admirable fluency upon every practical point. Is this one beyond language? He looked at me with an expression I could not bear, not defensiveness, not even shame alone, but the full knowledge that he deserved the accusation and yet would still not relieve me of uncertainty. He said, "If I answer it, I must answer more than a date. I must answer the whole of what I was then. I will not do that in fragments chosen only because they wound most cleanly." I stared at him. "You choose your conscience very comfortably now." He said, "No. Nothing in this is comfort. Do not tell me what your discomfort is. I have had years to imagine it, and imagination is often kinder than the fact." For the first time he moved only one step, and still no nearer than propriety might excuse between us. Yet the shift itself felt dangerous. "I know you have a right to ask it." "A right? How generous," he said. "And I know," as if I had not spoken, "that refusing today sounds like cowardice repeated." "It is cowardice repeated." "Yes." The simplicity of the agreement stole breath from my next answer. I hated that in him most of all. Not that he defended himself, but that when stripped of defense, he sometimes stood inside truth, so plainly that anger lost the pleasure of striking. I folded my arms hard across myself. "Then go on being exact about annuities and portions," I said. "It seems to be the one field in which you permit me clarity." Something in his face gave way then, not into softness, but into pain too disciplined to be called by its name. He said, "I meant the confirmations to relieve your house." "They do. And that burdens you, yes." He gave a single brief nod, as if I had stated an account correctly. "I would spare you that if I could." "You had your opportunity for sparing me." That he did not answer. Perhaps because there was nothing left to say which had not already rotted from delay. The silence between us thickened until even the rain seemed part of it. At last he reached into his coat and drew out a folded sheet. He said, "This came from the solicitor an hour ago. I should have sent it by messenger. But I thought." "What?" "That you would rather not have the hall receive it first." I took the paper without touching his hand. It was an additional note confirming that written instructions had been entered concerning prompt remittance to my mother and the inviolate condition of Marian's portion. Exact, dry, utterly relieving. I despise the relief. "Thea," I said quietly, looking at the paper, "you see how neatly it works. I am angry with you, and yet you stand in my drawing room holding evidence that my family is safer because you chose to interfere. How am I to hate you honestly in such conditions?" He answered after a pause, "I do not know." That was the truest thing said all afternoon. I lifted my eyes to him again. "When you are ready to answer the other question," I said, "you will not send a clerk, a solicitor or an aunt. No, you will tell me yourself." "Yes. And until then," I said, folding the paper once, "do not expect me to mistake usefulness for absolution." "But do not." "I do not." I believed him. That was the trouble. Marian's step sounded then in the passage, deliberately audible, and a moment later she entered with blue ribbon draped over one wrist, like a banner surrendered after battle. "Briggs says this one is least likely to offend the churchwardens," she announced. Julian stepped back at once, the distance restored as if he had never crossed it by even a foot. Marian's eyes moved from his face to mine, and understanding entered hers with painful quickness. He bowed to her, then to me. "I have kept you too long." "No," I said. "Only long enough." He accepted that and took his leave. When the door closed behind him, Marian came to me immediately. "What happened?" I looked down at the paper in my hand, my mother's security, Marian's protected portion, all set down in a stranger's careful legal phrases, because Julian Kestrel had chosen at last to be useful where once he had chosen silence. "I learned something," I said. "And not enough." Marian touched my sleeve. "That is the worst sort of learning." "Wes," I said. I folded the paper again and slipped it into the account book, where numbers lived with all the dignity that feelings never possessed. "And unfortunately," I added, "it appears to be improving our position every day." The village did what villages always do when given two facts and a silence between them. It made a narrative and called the result charity. The gathering at Mrs. Pembroke's was small enough to be harmless and intimate enough to be dangerous. Marian wore the blue ribbon Briggs had judged least offensive to both churchwardens and weather. My mother, having slept badly and borne it bravely, sat near the fire under the vicar's wife's particular wing. I was placed between Miss Bell and Lady Esterfield, which was strategic on one side and punitive on the other. Julian arrived later than the rest, exactly late enough not to seem eager and precisely early enough to be remarked upon. He bowed to my mother, to Lady Esterfield, to Mrs. Pembroke, and finally to me with such perfect moderation that any stranger might have us merely connected by civil history and recent calls. No one in that room was a stranger. The cards came out. The tea circulated. Mr. Pembroke made a joke about county roads and salvation, which no one laughed at until he laughed first, whereupon we all remembered our duty. It might have gone tolerably if women had not always found small, private corners in even the best governed rooms. I was standing near the side table with Marian, choosing between two thin slices of seed cake I did not want, when Mrs. Bell's elder daughter approached with the air of a person who means only kindness and therefore feels license to wound. She said, "Miss Harbury," in a lowered tone, "Mamma bids me say how pleased she is that matters are drawing towards such a proper conclusion." "Does she?" Miss Bell colored faintly, though not enough to retreat. "Yes. She says everyone always believed there had been something serious, and that it is a comfort when gentlemen recollect themselves before irreparable mischief is done." Marian went still beside me. There are insults which depend upon vulgarity and others which gain their force precisely because they are wrapped in good breeding. This was of the latter sort. A gentleman recollects himself. A woman waits. A history of injury is translated into delayed propriety, and the translation is then offered as consolation. "How very obliging of Mrs. Bell," I said. Miss Bell, relieved not to be challenged more directly, smiled and moved away toward the tea table where, no doubt, she reported to her mother that I had borne the matter with uncommon composure. Marian watched her go with eyes too bright. She said, "If I overturn the cake stand," under her breath, "will anyone call it irreparable mischief?" "Yes," I said. "And unfortunately they would attach it to me." She looked at me then, and for one moment the brightness vanished. She said, "I hate them," softly. "No," I answered. "You hate the liberty they take." That was a more accurate thing, and therefore less comforting. I might still have borne the evening without further damage if, half an hour later, I had not passed the door of the little room on my way back from speaking with Mrs. Pembroke's niece and heard my own name pronounced with the gentleness people use when they are being cruel in confidence. I ought to have gone on. I knew that at once. Women preserve themselves chiefly by pretending not to hear what everyone knows they have heard. But my foot stopped of its own accord, and through the not quite closed door came the voice of Mrs. Bell herself. "Well, if he marries her quickly, it will settle it. If he dallies now, after all that passed before, then one cannot wonder if people begin to ask whether Miss Marian is to be brought forward under a cloud." Another woman, Mrs. Tolland, from the lane beyond the mill, made some prudent murmur I could not fully catch. Mrs. Bell went on, "Of course one hopes not. But households have a character, and younger girls suffer for elder sisters' histories every day." My hand tightened on the doorframe. Not enough to move it. Only enough to feel the carved edge bite my glove. Then Lady Esterfield's voice, dry as old paper and twice as sharp, came from somewhere inside the room. "You mistake yourself, Mrs. Bell. Younger girls suffer chiefly from older women's conversation." Silence followed. I do not know what expression crossed Mrs. Bell's face. I did not stay to enjoy imagining it. I had already heard enough. When I returned to the drawing room, Julian looked up at once. I could not have said what in my face betrayed me, only that something did. For his own expression, altered by the smallest degree before settling again into public composure. Marian was standing by the pianoforte with the vicar's niece, pretending to admire a songbook she was not reading. I crossed the room and sat beside my mother. "You are pale," she murmured, The room is warm, gah. That has never before made you look as if you meant murder. I almost smiled. Almost. Then perhaps I am improving in delicacy. My mother did not press me. That too was love. The evening ended with all the usual forms, shawls fetched, servants summoned, final civilities paid. Julian offered Lady Esterfield to her carriage first. Then my mother. Then Marian. He did not offer me his hand until there was no one left who could be assisted before me without absurdity. And when he did so, the pressure was exactly nothing, which made me more aware of it than if he had trembled. Rain had begun again. A fine cold mist that silvered the carriage lamps and laid itself upon the horses' necks like breath. The world outside the Pembrokes' door seemed made entirely of damp gravel and watchfulness. He closed the carriage door upon us and stepped back, but before he could turn away I said through the lowered glass, "Tomorrow morning. Here. I must speak with you." His eyes met mine in the shifting light. "Wes." No more than that. Yet it followed us all the way home. My mother did not ask her questions until Marian had gone upstairs. When we were alone in the parlor with the fire burning low and Briggs gone to secure the back shutters against the damp, she said, "What was said?" I told her. Not every word. One need not give mothers the full measure of other women's malice when a summary will wound sufficiently. But enough. My mother listened without interruption. When I had done, she folded her hands together in her lap and stared into the fire as if trying to find, somewhere among coal and ash, the point at which one daughter's old hope becomes another daughter's present liability. She said, "This cannot continue, at last. No, Ba. Effie keeps calling for another month. They will call it negotiation. Wes. And if he stops, they will call it repetition." The bitter neatness of that silence did not comfort either of us. My mother lifted her eyes to mine. "What do you intend?" I had not yet said the words aloud, even to myself in a shape that could not be mistaken. Yet once she asked, they stood up fully formed. "I intend," I said, "to end their liberty." Her face changed. "Lydia. It is already decided in every room but this one. They have chosen the story. If I remain in the middle of it much longer, Marian will pay for my caution and you will pay for my pride. That is too hard. No, it is exact." She closed her eyes briefly. "And what of your heart?" I laughed then, though softly. "My heart has had years to learn economy. It will manage as the rest of us do." That answer pained her. I saw it. I also saw that she did not contradict me, which was worse. The next morning broke colder, with a hard white light on the garden paths and the sort of air that makes every door hinge seem to complain. Julian came before noon. My mother received him for 10 minutes and then, with a steadiness I admired because I knew what it cost, withdrew upstairs, leaving the morning room to us under the same half-privacy we had occupied before. He waited until the door had closed. What happened last night? So he had known. Of course he had. Men who have once been the subject of close regard often remain uncomfortably skilled at reading its aftereffects. "Mrs. Bell happened," I said. His face altered at once. "What did she say?" "That if you marry me quickly, it will settle matters. If you delay, Marian may begin to suffer for belonging to the same household as my history." He went very still. No outward flare of temper. Only stillness so complete that it felt harsher than anger. "Lady Esterfield heard enough to cut her down, I think," I said. "But the point remains." Yes. There was no use pacing in that room, so I stood by the cold edge of the escritoire and let the wood press against my fingertips. "You were right," I said. "Calls will not contain it now. A protracted courtship only gives them time to admire their own interpretations." He did not answer immediately. At last he said, "What do you want me to do?" I turned. It was a reasonable question. It also revealed the full cruelty of the situation, because what I wanted and what I could permit had ceased to be companionable ideas. "I want," I said, "for none of this ever to have touched Marianne." He accepted that without movement. "But as that cannot be had," I went on, "I mean to marry you." The words did not echo. Real rooms do not grant one that sort of theatrical assistance. They merely absorb the irreversible and leave the speaker to endure it. Julian's face changed, though not into triumph, relief, or anything else I might have hated cleanly. It changed into something more difficult, grief steadied into resolve. Lydia. No, I said. Do not make it gentler than it is. I am not saying this because I trust you. I am saying it because it is becoming a tax upon innocent people. He bowed his head once. Wes. I will not be hurried into a spectacle. It must be quiet. Yes. My mother's position and Marian's portion are already in writing. I want copies in this house before any ceremony. You shall have them. All letters, once recovered, come to me. Yes. And if you are tempted, I said, hearing the coldness in my own voice and not regretting it, to mistake this decision for forgiveness, you must resist the temptation with all the strength that failed you once before. He looked at me fully then. I will not mistake it. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Outside, somewhere beyond the window, a rook gave a single hard cry and then was silent. At last he said, a license can be procured quietly. There need be no delay beyond what is necessary. The practicality of it steadied me more than consolation would have done. 3 days, if everything moves at once. 3 days. The measure of a gown altered, a trunk packed, a mother kissed, a sister held, a whole past put into a name and a carriage. That will do, I said. He did not come nearer. I was grateful. Nearness would have felt like presumption now, and distance at least preserved one clean line between us. He said, Lady Esterfield will stand with you if you wish it. Or not. As you prefer. She may attend. My mother will not be equal to crowds. There shall be none. He hesitated then, and I knew, before he spoke, that we had reached the one place where even practicality must touch something more human. He said, I would have wanted, quietly, to ask you differently. I did not let myself soften. But you did not. No. And I would once have wanted to answer differently. My voice held. I do not know how. We are both late. A silence followed. Not empty, merely exhausted of ornament. When he had gone, I sat for a long time without moving. Marian found me so and came at once to my side. She asked, well, then stopped when she saw my face. Lydia. I took her hand. It is to be next week, I said. Her fingers tightened convulsively around mine. Oh, that was all. Not because she felt little, but because there are tidings which strike the heart faster than language can dress them. Then she knelt beside my chair, laid her head against my lap as she had not done since she was 16, and began to cry with quiet violence. I bent over her and held her. Do not, I whispered, though I could not tell whether I meant do not grieve, do not blame yourself, or do not make this so tender that I shall lose courage before dinner. She said, I hate that this is because of me. Against my skirt. It is not because of you. It is partly because of me. It is because of a world too idle to mind its own soul, I said. And because men and women alike enjoy arranging justice in other people's parlors. She laughed through tears at that, which was a mercy. My mother bore the news more quietly. That evening, after Marian had gone up and Briggs had taken away the tea things, she stood by the mantel with both hands resting on it, and said, If you tell me not to bless it, I shall obey. If you tell me to rejoice, I shall attempt that too. But, if you allow me neither, I think I must simply stand here and be your mother as well as I can. I crossed the room and put my arms around her. She was smaller than I remembered and not smaller at all. It is only that grief teaches one the size of bones beneath silk. You may bless me, I said into her shoulder. Only do not ask me whether I am happy. She said, No. I am not cruel. The wedding took place 4 days later in the little church beyond Ripley, under a sky so colorless it seemed undecided whether to become snow or rain. There were no crowds. Lady Esterfield came. My mother came wrapped more carefully than warmly. Marian held my glove in the vestry for 1 minute before the service and kissed my cheek with lips cold from the air outside. Julian stood where he must stand, grave as if before judgment rather than felicity. I remember the clergyman's voice, the roughness of the stone floor beneath my soles, the candlewax smell, the shape of Julian's hand when I placed mine in it, and the extraordinary plainness of the vows. Marriage, when stripped of flowers and expectation, is almost alarmingly practical. Words. Witnesses. A ring. A signature. The exchange of a woman's name for a man's, accomplished in fewer minutes than it had taken me to choose between 2 ribbons at Mrs. Pembroke's. When it was done, Lady Esterfield kissed my forehead. My mother held herself upright by dignity alone. Marian smiled at me with eyes swollen from whatever she had done in private and said, "Mrs. Kestrel sounds older than you are." "I feel it," I answered. Julian heard and lowered his gaze. Whether to hide pain or merely respect the wit, I could not tell. The drive to his house was not long. Long enough only for my mother's hand to slip from mine at the church door, for Marian's face to recede into the winter light, and for the reality of what I had done to settle itself beside me like another passenger. Julian did not speak overmuch in the carriage. For that I was thankful. There is no sentence in the world that can turn a necessary marriage into a romantic one by the second milestone. At last his house came into view through bare trees and damp hedges, orderly. Well kept, without ostentation, every line of it composed to suggest steadiness rather than grandeur. A sensible house. A house for winter. A house into which one might carry ledgers, responsibilities, and silence with equal propriety. The carriage stopped. A servant opened the door. The air outside smelled of wet earth, coal smoke, and distant frost. And Julian stepped down first and turned to offer his hand. I looked at it for one moment too long before placing mine in his. Nothing dramatic passed between us. No trimmer. No rush of old feeling resurrected by the church register. Only the plain assistance of a husband helping his wife from the carriage at his own door. My foot touched the stone. I had his name now. My mother's peace was safer. Marian's future was less exposed. The village would be satisfied, and satisfaction in villages is never a small power. But trust had not crossed the threshold with me. I entered his house as Mrs. Kestrel. I did not enter it forgiving him. The Chapter 3, His Name in Winter. The first thing I learned of my new house was that it held warmth honestly. Not extravagantly. Not with the overt softness of great places where a woman may be smothered by luxury before she has decided whether she likes the air. But honestly, fires had been laid before our arrival, and not merely lit in haste when the wheels sounded on the gravel. The entrance hall smelled of beeswax, damp wool, and coal that had already taken flame. No one had run about pretending readiness. Readiness had been achieved beforehand, which is a rarer courtesy than people suppose. A housekeeper stood just within the doorway, straight-backed and gray-eyed, with the composed expression of a woman who had spent 20 years preventing the collapse of other people's standards, and had no intention of relaxing now that I had arrived with a new name. Julian said, "Mrs. Vale, madam, my wife." The words were plain. They still fell into me with a small internal violence. Mrs. Vale curtsied correctly, neither warmly nor coldly, which I preferred. Excess feeling from servants in such moments always strikes me as a kind of eavesdropping. She said, "Welcome, Mrs. Kestrel. Your rooms are ready, and hot water is already sent up." Your rooms. I do not know whether Julian noticed the slight pause my body gave at that. But if he did, he was kind enough not to show it. He had taken off his gloves but not his self-command. Nothing in his face suggested triumph, awkward tenderness, or any of the humiliating embarrassments with which sentimental people endow weddings that have no right to sentiment. That was a mercy. The day had already stripped me of enough ease without requiring us both to pretend at a happiness neither of us could honestly perform before the footman. "This way, if you please," said Mrs. Vale. Julian stepped aside at once, yielding the management of my arrival to the proper woman. Again, it was the sort of correctness that should have been merely a detail. Yet I felt it. Men often imagine that possession entitles them to direct every threshold a wife crosses. Julian, whatever else he had once failed to be, had at least not chosen to greet marriage by treating me as newly acquired furniture. The staircase curved up from the hall with none of the heavy grandeur of Harbury Hall. This house had been built for use before display, or, at least by someone who understood that display fatigues a household when there is no practical intelligence beneath it. The carpets were thick where they needed to be, the banister smooth with age and polish, the light admitted in useful measures rather than dramatic ones. It was a winter house, I thought again. A house meant to be inhabited by bodies, not admired by callers. My rooms lay on the south side, overlooking a long sweep of lawn gone pale with season and a line of bare elms beyond. There was a bedchamber, dressing room, and a small private parlor with a writing table placed near the fire. Not large rooms. Good rooms. Rooms one might actually live in without feeling lost among one's own chairs. Mrs. Vale moved through them with quiet competence. "We have put the blue India screen before the outer window, madam, as that side draws a little after midnight. If you prefer the smaller escritoire moved nearer the hearth, it can be done at once. Mrs. Finch is your woman, and she is waiting in the dressing room should you require anything before dinner." She looked to the wardrobe, and then back to me, as if ensuring that my traveling things had arrived in proper order, and that no one had committed the vulgar error of leaving a bride to discover some necessary article buried under linen in a porter's hands. "Thank you," I said. "This will do very well." She inclined her head. "I am glad of it, madame." When she had gone, I stood in the middle of the bedchamber and let the quiet settle around me. My house now. My fire. My name on the servant's lips. My gloves laid on a strange table beside a silver-backed brush that already belonged to the room as if it had always waited for my hand. There are moments when change feels less like motion than theft. One has crossed a church floor, spoken the appointed words, signed a register, and somehow the world expects the body to understand itself altered at once. Mine did not. Mine understood only that my mother was no longer within the next room, that Marian's quick step would not sound in the passage at dusk, and that I had exchanged one sort of shelter for another without carrying trust safely across the distance. And a knock sounded at the outer door, not tentative either, merely distinct. "Yes. It is Julian." I looked at the closed door for one absurd instant before answering. "Come in." He entered only as far as the threshold of the sitting room. He had removed his coat now and looked a little tired, which oddly improved him. Fatigue makes some men human in places where composure has made them decorative. I wished only to ask whether everything is in order. "Yes. If any arrangement displeases you, Mrs. Vale can alter it." He still stood at the threshold, as though the room were entirely mine, and he a caller who had not yet earned farther entrance. I found the sight unexpectedly difficult to bear. Not because I wanted him nearer. Because I did not know what to do with the fact that he had chosen respect where another man might have chosen rights. "The rooms are excellent," I said. He nodded once. "There will be no dinner downstairs unless you prefer it. I thought you might be fatigued." "I am," I said, then regretted the honesty because it sounded too much like confidence. Yet he answered only, "I thought as much." "Ah." He hesitated then, and I knew before he spoke that we had reached the necessary awkwardness. He said, "The door at the end of the dressing room opens to the passage and is for your use alone. The other communicates with my dressing room. It is locked on your side." I stared at him. He went on in the same level tone. "It will remain so. If you ever wish it otherwise, you shall say so. Not before." The words were so plain that for a moment I could not answer at all. Many men pride themselves on delicacy while making women feel the full weight of what delicacy conceals. Julian had managed the rarer thing. He had spoken the truth without flourish, apology, or claim upon my gratitude. "At least," I said at last, We begin with exactness dos. Wes. A ghost of old bitterness rose in me then. It is remarkable how exact marriage can become when entered under pressure. His face altered by the slightest degree. He said, Wes, again, nothing else. No self-defense. No appeal for softness on a day when I had too little of it to spare. I should like dinner here, I said. It shall be sent. He inclined his head and withdrew. When the door had closed behind him, I crossed at once to the dressing room and looked for the communicating door. It stood between two tall presses, ordinary enough to the eye, with the key already turned on my side. I laid my hand upon the panel for one moment and felt only still wood beneath my glove. Then I stepped away from it. Dinner came on a tray, all excellent and scarcely tasted. I drank more tea than wine, for tea belongs to ordinary life and wine to altered occasions, and I had had enough alteration for one day. Mrs. Finch unpacked my gowns with respectful quiet and told me where the bell pulls answered, which windows must not be raised without the upper latch, because the frame stuck in frost, and which maid had a tendency to heap kindling untiddily unless checked. Such details soothed me more than any tenderness could have done. A house is often made bearable first through its imperfections. The next morning I woke before dawn, and did not, for one disorienting instant, know where I was. Then the shape of the bed curtains, the position of the fire, and the particular silence of a house not one's own returned all at once. I lay still listening to it. Servants were already up below stairs. One could feel the life of the place running under the floorboards before one heard it distinctly a distant door, the movement of coal, the faint hollow sound of water somewhere in pipes or buckets. Household rhythm. Nothing in the world is more revealing. A man may entertain splendidly and still run his house like a fool. By breakfast one can usually tell what one has married into. Mine, it appeared, ran on order rather than show. When I came downstairs an hour later, Julian was already in the breakfast room with letters opened beside his plate and the coffee untouched. He rose at once. Good morning. The phrase was almost absurd in its simplicity. Husband to wife. Wife to husband. Good morning, as if the world had altered only by weather. Good morning. He drew back my chair, then resumed his own without attempting conversation before I had begun to eat. That, too, I noticed. Some men speak at breakfast because silence makes them feel unimportant. Others understand that morning politeness has limits. After several minutes he said, Mrs. Vale will attend you at 11, if that suits. For what purpose? To place the household keys and accounts in your hand. I looked at him fully then. So soon? He seemed surprised by the question. You are mistress here. It is humiliating sometimes to be met by a simple truth, where one has prepared annoyance. I had supposed, I said, that I should be expected first to sit about elegantly while the house continued in the habits of its former arrangement. No. Then your opinion of decorative wives is very low, he said. My opinion is that if a house is to be governed well, its mistress must be more than ornamental to its servants. There was no gallantry in it, only principle. I ought to have approved without resistance. Instead, I heard under the sentence another thing entirely, that he had thought about this before I arrived. Thought, arranged, prepared. He had not married merely to put a ring on my hand and a village at rest. He had made a place for me in the working body of his house. I see, I said. He folded one of the letters before him. You need not take everything on at once. But the authority should be yours from the beginning, not lent later as if it were a favor. That word again, though he had not used it. Fate. Favor. Loan. Permission. I had spent too long among conditions to mistake the difference. Very well, I said. He inclined his head and let the matter rest. At 11, Mrs. Vale came to the small morning parlor adjacent to the housekeeper's room carrying a leather account book, a ring of keys, and the expression of a woman prepared to surrender control without pretending she expected to enjoy it. She said, These, laying down the keys, are for the stillroom, linen presses, household stores, and silver closet. The wine cellar remains under Mr. Kestrel's direction, except for table wine and the ordinary management of dinners. The household account is entered weekly. Cook sends her estimates every Thursday. I have marked the current butchers and coal bills where they require your notice." She opened the book to a page of figures neat enough to please even my father's old standards. The precision steadied me at once. Money may humiliate, but numbers at least do not flatter. For an hour we went through the house, not as ladies, surveying pretty rooms, but as mistress and housekeeper examining a practical dominion, the dairy arrangements, the linen shortage in 2 upper chambers, the fault in the nursery chimney left over from the previous winter, though no children had used the room in years, a footman too young to be trusted with the better decanters, the cook's tendency to over-order oranges in town when left unsupervised by weather. By the end of it I was tired, informed, and to my own astonishment less estranged from the walls around me. A house gives itself up through work more readily than through beauty. At noon Mrs. Vale said, "There is one matter of usage I should mention, madam. Mr. Kestrel has hitherto reviewed coal distribution himself in hard weather, because he dislikes waste and does not trust the footman's arithmetic. If you prefer that to remain with him." "No," I said, then moderated the sharpness. "No, if the household keys are mine the heat may be as well." For the first time, something very near approval entered her expression. "Very good, madam." When she had gone, I stood alone in the little room with the keys resting heavy against my palm. Mistress. Not decorative. Not tolerated in some ceremonial corner, while others kept the substance of the house from me. The authority was real. Which meant the marriage, however coldly entered, was being treated as real in practice also. That discovery ought to have relieved me wholly. Instead it disturbed me in new ways. A false husband is easy to resent. A careful, useful one becomes dangerous by degrees. Julian returned late in the afternoon from seeing to some tenant matter on the North Road. Mud marked the hem of his coat. A streak of weather lay dull against one boot. He came into the library, where I was reviewing the linen inventory, and stopped when he saw the account book open on the table beside me. "You have survived Mrs. Valla. I believe she is surviving me." That almost smile touched his mouth again. "Then you are doing very well. I have taken the coal accounts." He set down his gloves. "So I heard you heard." She passed me in the hall looking resigned. It was informative. The answer was so unexpectedly dry that I looked up. He was not laughing. Julian never laughed readily. But there was a faint easing in him, as if the sight of me with ledgers rather than tears had quieted some fear he had not named. "The house runs soundly," I said. "I am glad. And you should dismiss the footman from arithmetic. I have been near it for months." That, somehow, nearly undid me. Not because it was touching, but because it was ordinary. Houses are not saved by grand speeches. They are saved by knowing who wastes coal and who cannot count decanters. Life, infuriatingly, had begun to make itself around us by those terms instead of the violent ones I had prepared for. I lowered my eyes to the page. "Mrs. Vale says the nursery chimney still smokes in east wind." "Yes. I have meant to see it mended before Christmas." "Do so. And the guest room at the end of the west passage requires another blanket chest, if my mother is to visit in comfort." He answered without pause. "It shall be done. Not it may not if convenient. It shall be done." I ought not to have felt what I felt then, because what I felt was not trust and not forgiveness either. It was the first reluctant sensation that this house might, if I were not careful, become livable to me for reasons not founded only in necessity. That evening we dined downstairs. The meal was quiet, the silver modest, the soup excellent. We spoke of the tenants on the North Road, of Mrs. Vale's war upon orange accounts, and of whether my mother preferred a warmer room when she next visited. Nothing passed that would have satisfied a romantic girl. Everything passed that might begin, quite against one's will, to reassure a grown woman. When I went upstairs later, the fire had been built up in my sitting room, and a small packet lay on the writing table. Inside were the copied confirmations regarding my mother's annuity and Marion's portion, each folded and sealed for my keeping. No note accompanied them. That, more than any message might have done, told me he remembered my terms exactly. I stood by the table with the papers in my hand and listened to the quiet of the house settling around me. Somewhere beyond the locked door between our rooms, another fire would be burning. Another set of steps. Another life now tied to mine by law, winter, and daily bread. I had entered the marriage without trust. By the end of my first full day in his house, I still did not trust him. But I had taken his keys, his coal accounts, his guest rooms, and his household order into my keeping. And that, though no one had warned me of it, was its own form of intimacy. A household, once it admits you into its work, begins to show you where it hurts. By the end of the second week I knew which stair creaked under Mrs. Vale's quickest step, which maid watered the breakfast room fire until it sulked instead of burned, and which tenant sent eggs instead of coin when weather made the roads impassable. I knew that the baker's accounts were always honest, and the poulterer's only occasionally so. I knew that cook pretended outrage whenever oranges were mentioned, and then ordered them all the same if a guest of rank appeared likely to admire a syllabub. I knew, too, that Julian's house, for all its order, was not rich in the easy way of men who need never think before signing their names. That discovery came to me one Thursday, under a sky so white and low that the world beyond the windows looked less like winter than like paper not yet written on. Mrs. Vale had left me with the quarter's household figures and gone downstairs to battle with the wash-house, over linen spoiled by a cracked copper. I sat alone at the small table in the morning parlor with the account book open, a second ledger beside it, and a tray gone cold because I had forgotten to drink the tea poured an hour earlier. At first I thought only that the entries were exact. Then I thought they were exact in a particular manner. Not lavishly exact, as in houses where extravagance is merely catalogued after the fact. Defensively exact. Every expense had been looked in the eye before it was permitted to live on the page. Coal ordered firmly but not freely. Repairs done at once where weather or roofs demanded it. Delayed where appearance alone complained. Wine moderate. Game rarely purchased because it could be had from his own land when the season allowed. Stable costs trimmed in two places so quietly that only an attentive reader would notice the pattern. 2 servants' liveries postponed until spring. Payments made regularly, however, to obligations entered in another hand and copied into the estate book by Julian's own. Interest. Notes. Annuities not belonging to this house alone. I bent nearer the page. There are figures which carry no moral expression and others which do. These did. Not in melodrama. No one had been dragged to ruin by a villain with a penknife and false whiskers. That is not how respectable damage generally looks. It looks like sums inherited, obligations assumed, creditors satisfied in time to prevent uglier notice, economies made where no guest need see them, and a man who continues to dine correctly while the edges of his freedom are already sold. I heard the library door open behind me and shut again before I looked up. Julian crossed the room with a packet of letters in one hand and stopped when he saw the estate book open at my elbow. He said, "You have found the less decorative side of me." I rested one finger on the page. "You might have mentioned that your household runs on caution." His gaze dropped to the ledger. He did not attempt surprise. That alone was something. "I thought you would see it soon enough, Wes," I said. "And you appear to have made a religion of not being surprised by my discoveries." "It saves time." That answer should have irritated me. Instead, it almost pleased me, which was unforgivable. He set the letters down on the table opposite mine. He said, "The roof slates at Northfield must be seen to before night. If the snow comes, they will not hold another week. You have entered the cost already, Wes. And the west boundary wall, Wes." I turned another page. "You have postponed the upper hall carpeting." "Yes. That is vanity sacrificed to weather. That is carpet sacrificed to roof." I looked at him over the ledger. "You speak as if I had accused you of a vice." He said, "You have accused me of several. None of them involved carpets." The dryness of it startled a small unwilling laugh out of me before I could stop it. He heard it. Of course he did. Nothing in his face changed beyond that slight, dangerous easing I had begun to know. It was not triumph. Julian had too much self-knowledge to triumph in a woman's accidental amusement. It was only the softening of strain under a breath of weather less severe than expected. He said, "I am glad," quietly, "that some of my failings remain ahead of us." I lowered my eyes at once, more disturbed than I ought to have been. "You have enough already," I said. "Yes." Silence settled between us for a moment, filled only by the clock on the mantel and the faint thud of feet in the passage below. Then he said, "You have not touched the tray." I glanced at it and found him right. The tea stood untouched, the bread scarcely broken. "I forgot." "Since breakfast." "I am not in the habit of keeping a written confession of my meals." He said, "No. Mrs. Vale is." The words were so matter of fact that I stared at him. "You have the housekeeper keep an account of whether I eat." He looked almost offended. "I have the housekeeper keep an account of whether the mistress of this house is being neglected by everyone, because she is too determined to neglect herself first." That was absurd enough that I might have laughed, if the sentence had not also carried care in a form too practical to dismiss. I am not an invalid. No. Nor a child. No, pa. Then why am I discussed over breakfast rolls with Mrs. Vale? A hint of weariness touched his mouth. Because you have been in this house barely a fortnight, have taken 3 servants' bad habits by the throat, reorganized the coal accounts, frightened the still-room into honesty, and forgotten luncheon twice in as many days. The accuracy of the speech silenced me more effectively than rebuke could have done. At last I said, "You are very observant for a man so occupied." He answered simply, "I live here." That was true enough to end the matter, though not to quiet it. He took up the cold teapot, rang once, and when the tray was replaced 10 minutes later, with fresh tea and hot broth, he accepted it all, as if such interventions were nothing more than the ordinary correction of a household fault. He did not sit watching me like a nurse or urge me into gratitude. He merely laid the spoon beside the bowl and said, "If you go on with the ledger while faint from principle, you will accuse the wrong creditors." When he had gone, I sat looking at the steam rising from the broth and hated the sudden sting in my eyes. Not because I was moved. I forbade myself that word. Because care offered without drama is difficult to refuse cleanly. The snow came that night. By morning the lawns were sheeted in white, and the hedges drawn in black lines against it. The house woke earlier than usual. Fires took longer to catch. The yard rang with that particular winter noise of men and boys moving quickly, because cold permits no dawdling to those whose labor occurs in it. Julian had gone out before I came down. Mrs. Vale informed me over breakfast that 2 tenant cottages on the North Road had taken the weather badly, one because the chimney smoked and the other because old Mrs. Fenner's grandson had broken his wrist the previous evening falling on the yard stones. Cook wanted broth sent. The stable wanted to know whether the grey should be taken out again if the drifts rose by noon. Mrs. Vale herself wanted to know whether the spare blankets from the blue chest might be issued to the North cottages if the vicar's wife failed to produce those she had promised last winter and never sent. In short, I said, the season has become Christian and requires all of us to prove we are. Da! Mrs. Vale, who did not smile often, allowed the corner of her mouth to shift. Very near it. "Madam, I authorized the blankets, the broth, and the grey horse, though I mistrusted the judgment of any animal with more spirit than bone. Then I put on boots, cloak, and the dark bonnet least likely to invite snow inside the brim, and went myself to the still-room, where cook received the instructions with loud objection and immediate obedience. She said, 'You will have the good stock gone by Saturday. Then make more by Saturday.' With what? What? With whatever you were preserving for a social season that has clearly been overtaken by winter." She stared at me for one dramatic second, and then shouted for onions. A mistress earns more faith in a kitchen by one firm demand in bad weather than by 6 months of smiling praise. I was returning from the still-room, the skirts of my gown damp at the hem, when I met Julian in the back passage with snow on his shoulders and one glove darkened through. He stopped at once. "What are you doing here?" The question was not command. Only surprise sharpened by cold. I might ask the same of you, though your answer is better dressed for heroism. The North Road drifted. And the stillroom mutinied. For the first time that day, I saw clear amusement in him. Which battle went worse? Yours, I hope. Mine surrendered with onions. He took off one glove and flexed his cold fingers once before answering. Mrs. Fenner will have the blankets by noon. The boy's wrist is set badly but can be looked at again tomorrow if the road opens. The chimney must wait until the wind shifts. Then cook's broth will not be wasted. He looked at me more closely then. You have been outside, Wes. You should change your shoes. I am wet at the hem, not dying of exposure. He said, No. But you are tired already. I bristled at once. You make a profession of noticing it. He said, I make a profession. Coof not letting people in my house collapse from obstinacy when collapse would be inconvenient to everyone. That answer was so nearly rude that it improved him. How very flattering, I said. It was not intended to flatter. No, I said. Only to drive me upstairs like a disobedient spaniel. His mouth moved barely. If you were a spaniel, I should have less trouble persuading you. The snow still clung to one shoulder of his coat. There was a streak of mud at the edge of his boot. No one looking at him in a ballroom could have imagined how much of his character was better suited to passages, wet roads, and disagreeable weather than to polished floors. That thought disturbed me more than his words. Very well, I said. I shall change my shoes. But the blue chest blankets have been issued, and if your housekeeper objects, she must take it up with me. I would not dream of defending her. Coward, he says. You have pointed it out before. The plainness of the reply stripped the exchange of lightness at once. I looked down. I did not mean, he said. I know. It gently, and because he said it gently I could not continue. I went upstairs and changed my shoes. That afternoon my mother's letter arrived, carried over uncertain roads by a groom who deserved canonization. Her hand was a little unsteady from the cold, but the substance of the letter was cheerful enough. Marian had been invited again to the vicarage. The hall had at last sent a man to repair the shutter without needing a second reminder, and Briggs had declared the dower house kitchen intolerable in damp weather, which meant she had recovered enough comfort to complain usefully. I smiled over that last line and then, without intending to, turned the page to the smaller postscript added at the end. I am glad, my dearest Lydia, that Mrs. Vale writes you are much occupied. Occupation is a mercy in altered circumstances. I pray only that you do not spend all your strength in proving yourself equal to a life no one doubts you can manage. I folded the sheet and sat very still. No one doubts you can manage. That was exactly the cruelty of it. Competence is a shelter, and like many shelters it can become a prison if one is admired too much inside it. Julian found me that evening in the library again, with my mother's letter beside the account book, and the fire burned low, because I had not noticed the room cooling around me. He crossed first to the grate and put on coal without comment. Then he turned. You are pale. So everyone insists. Then perhaps everyone is right. I should have snapped at him. Instead I said, because the day had worn me thin in places pride does not always protect. I am only tired. He stood with the coal scuttle still in one hand. He said, Wes, I know. Not triumph, not tenderness performed, only knowledge, admitted. The room was quiet except for the settling coals. At last he set down the scuttle and came no nearer. He said, Mrs. Vale says the North Linen Press can spare 2 more blankets if the drifts worsen. And I have written to York about the chimney men. You continue, I said, to speak to me of practical things when easier people would attempt comfort. His gaze rested on me for a long moment. Would you prefer comfort attempted? No. The answer stood ready in me, and would not pass my lips. Because the truth, which I dislike, was that practical things had begun to do a kind of comfort's work all the same. I prefer truth, I said. He inclined his head slightly. Then, the truth is this. You have done more in 10 days for the life of this house than I expected anyone to do in a month. Mrs. Vale respects you. Cook fears you. The under footman has stopped stealing coal by the scuttle, and you are tired enough to mistake endurance for strength." I stared at him. "You should not say such things." "Why?" "Because they sound too much like praise." He was silent a moment. "Then hear them as report. That ought not to have touched me." Yet it did. Because he had found the one form in which admiration could be offered to me, without insult. I looked away toward the fire. "And you?" I said after a pause. "How long have you been arranging deficits into respectability?" The question came out quieter than I intended, perhaps because I no longer asked it as accusation alone. He answered after a brief silence. "Long enough. That is not a number." "No." I turned back to him. "The ledgers tell me enough to know the debts are real." "Yes." "They do not tell me what they have cost you." His face changed, not in alarm but in that older, graver way I had come to know whenever conversation approached the places he could not yet cross. He said, "More than I would choose to have them cost anyone else." It was not confession. It was not even explanation. But it was the first time he had allowed the burden to belong to himself, without wrapping it first in utility or consequence. I let the answer stand. Outside, the snowlight had already begun to fade into evening. The house around us moved in its winter rhythm. A door below stairs, the faint strike of silver in the pantry, Mrs. Val's step in the passage. The life of a place continuing, because people performed it. "I am beginning," I said slowly, "to suspect that your usefulness is not entirely vanity." A stillness went through him so fine that another person might not have seen it. He said, "No." At last, "Not entirely." There should have been some wit to answer that. Once I would have had one. Instead, I found myself tired enough to smile without malice. It was a dangerous moment. I knew it at once. So did he. Neither of us moved toward it. The letter came to me The letter came to me by accident, which is by accident. Which is to say, it came to me in the ordinary manner, by which fate generally prefers to do its nastiest work. I had gone into the blue sitting room, which fate generally prefers to do its nastiest work. I had gone into the blue sitting room on the west side shortly before dusk, because Vale wished to settle because Mrs. Vale wished to settle the list for Christmas stores before the next list for Chris stores before the next town cart went in. And town cart went in. And because the blue room, though seldom used by guests in winter, held the best light in the late afternoon, when the sky allowed any at all. Julian at all. Julian had left a packet of tenant papers on the writing table earlier in the day. Having borrowed the room to avoid a chimney being swept in the library. I knew that because he had told me so over breakfast, with the same exact civility he brought to every domestic detail. "You may find a disorder there," he had said. "The fault is mine. I found fault is mine. I found no disorder. Only neatness, no disorder. Only neatness of the sort that creates trust in objects and should perhaps never be extended to men. Mrs. Vale, and that creates trust in objects and should perhaps never be extended to men. Mrs. Vale and I had been through the flower estimates. The dried fruit, the absurd increase in candle prices, and Cook's annual conviction that no honest Christmas pudding could be made with less brandy than would float a regiment. We had come at last to oranges, always oranges, as if the fruit had some private understanding with household trouble, when Briggs entered with a tray of letters, just when Briggs entered with a tray of letters, just brought by the last rider from town, brought by the last rider from town. One for Mr. K, she said. One for Mr. Kestrel, madam. Laying Idastral, madam, she said, laying it beside the tenant papers. He beside the tenant papers. He was not in the library, and was not in the library, and Thomas thought perhaps. Wes. Thomas thought perhaps. Wes, I said. Why, shall send it on, said. I shall send it on. Mrs. Vale having completed. Mrs. Vale having completed her warning regarding the stillroom sugar, withdrew with the room sugar, withdrew with the account book under her arm. I remained by the account book under her arm. I remained by the table, half meaning to take the table, half meaning to take the letter directly to the library where Julian was, letter directly to the library where Julian was to return by 6, half meaning to return by 6, half meaning only to move it out of danger, only to move it out of danger from the candle I had drawn nearer, from the candle I had drawn nearer. It was addressed in a solicitor. It was addressed in a solicitor's hand. Ordinarily I should's hand. Ordinarily I should have left it untouched. A wife have left it untouched. A wife, contrary to many men's beliefs, is not contrary to many men's beliefs, is not thereby made the lawful reader of every paper, thereby made the lawful reader of every paper in her husband's house. But as I in her husband's house. But as I lifted it, another sheet slid from between, lifted it, another sheet slid from between the tenant documents, and fell face down upon the tenant documents, and fell face down upon the carpet at my feet. I bent to retrieve it. At once, I saw carpet at my feet. I bent to retrieve it. At once, I saw that it was not part of that, it was not part of the tenant packet at all. It was the tenant packet at all. It was older paper, finer, folded older paper, finer, folded and refolded until the creases, and refolded until the creases had grown almost silky with use. Across the outer side, in a hand I knew as I know my own breathing, were the words, to be answered. No date. No name. Only those silky with use. Across the outer side, in a hand I knew as I know my own breathing, were the words, to be answered. No date. No name. Only those 3 words written by Julian. I did not 3 words written by Julian. I did not understand at first. Or rather, some buried part of me understood so completely that the rest of me refused to join it. Then I turned the page. It understand at first. Or rather, some buried part of me understood so completely that the rest of me refused to join it. Then I turned the page. It was my letter. Not one of the 6 recovered from the packet at the Dower House. Another. Later than those. The very latest, written after weeks of silence, when my pride had already begun to crack under uncertainty, but had not yet entirely surrendered itself. I knew it before I read more than the opening line. I knew it from the angle of the page, the pressure of my younger hand. The way I had once crossed a sentence was my letter. Not one of the 6 recovered from the packet at the Dower House. Another. Later than those. The very latest, written after weeks of silence. When my pride had already begun to crack under uncertainty, but had not yet entirely surrendered itself. I knew it before I read more than the opening line. I knew it from the angle of the page, the pressure of my younger hand, the way I had once crossed a sentence in haste, and rewritten it less foolishly, and yet not wisely enough. In haste and rewritten it less foolishly, and yet not wisely enough. Julian had my last appeal still in his possession. Not burned in his possession. Not burned. Not lost among settlement drafts. Not lost among settlement drafts. Not forgotten, preserved, to be answered. The room altered around me. Not dramatically. Real rooms never do on the courtesy of theatrical transformation. Served. To be answered. The room altered around me. Not dramatically. Real rooms never do on the courtesy of theatrical transformation. The fire still burned low in the grate. The winter fire still burned low in the grate. The winter light still thinned against the panes. Light still thinned against the panes. Somewhere below stairs a door shut. Somewhere below stairs a door shut, and Cook's voice rose, and Cook's voice rose faintly over something to do with suit. Yet all of it had gone strange in precisely the do with suit. Yet all of it had gone strange, in precisely the way the world goes strange. When a fact one has way the world goes strange, when a fact one has half feared, and half denied steps forward, half feared, and half denied steps forward at last, and asks to be looked at last, and asks to be looked at directly. My hands had begun to shake at directly. My hands had begun to shake. I laid the letter on the table because I could not. I laid the letter on the table because I could not trust myself not to tear it. Not trust myself not to tear it. Not from melodrama. From the terrible force for melodrama. From the terrible force of recognizing, all at once, that this was not a wound of recognizing, all at once, that this was not a wound made abstract by years, it was paper, ink made abstract by years, it was paper, ink, his hand, my hand, his hand, my hand. A question suspended between them that had once a question suspended between them that had once governed my entire life and governed my entire life, and that he had marked, plainly, as that he had marked, plainly, as requiring answer, and requiring answer, marked, and not answered. I do not know, not answered. I do not know how long I stood there before I heard Julian's, how long I stood there before I heard Julian's step in the passage. I knew its step in the passage. I knew it now, his step among many others, now his step among many others, firm and even, firm and even. A little slower when he had come in, little slower when he had come in from cold. Never loud unless the house from cold, never loud unless the house itself betrayed him, by creaking under speed itself betrayed him, by creaking under speed. That knowledge was its own humiliation. That knowledge was its own humiliation. He came in carrying a second bundle of. He came in carrying a second bundle of estate letters, and stopped the moment estate letters, and stopped the moment he saw my face. Then his eyes dropped to he saw my face. Then his eyes dropped to the table. He went very still. Not confusion. Not the table. He went very still. Not confusion. Not surprise in the true sense. Recognition. So surprise in the true sense. Recognition. So he had known what it was. Neither he had known what it was. Neither of us spoke. It was one of those silences of us spoke. It was one of those silences, in which the air seems to gather every object, in which the air seems to gather every object in the room more sharply to itself, in the room more sharply to itself. The clock. The silver snuffer, the clock, the silver snuffer, the blue silk of the chair near the hearth, the blue silk of the chair near the hearth, the sheet of paper lying between us like a verdict not yet. The sheet of paper lying between us like a verdict not yet read aloud. At last I said, "You read aloud." At last I said, "You kept it." His gaze remained on the kept it. His gaze remained on the letter. Yes. The simplicity of the answer nearly letter. Yes. The simplicity of the answer nearly undid me. I had imagined so many versions of the undid me. I had imagined so many versions of the past, and almost all of them left some convenient past, and almost all of them left some convenient room for accident. Confusion, pressure, room for accident, confusion, pressure, the lost machinery of sorrow. Even after the lost machinery of sorrow. Even after the solicitor's revelations, the solicitor's revelations. I had still been able, against my will, had still been able, against my will, but still to picture him as swept. But still to picture him as swept forward by necessity, so quickly that silence might forward by necessity, so quickly that silence might almost have resembled helplessness. But this lay almost have resembled helplessness. But this lay on the table in his own hand, on the table in his own hand and mine, to be answered. There is in mine, to be answered. There is no helplessness in that. Only postpone, no helplessness in that. Only postponement made deliberate. You kept it. He meant made deliberate. You kept it. I said again. Because the mind sometimes cannot move, I said again. Because the mind sometimes cannot move on until the body has forced the fact once on, until the body has forced the fact once more through the mouth. Wes. I laughed then more through the mouth. Wes. I laughed then, though the sound was terrible even me, though the sound was terrible even to me. How economical of you, a wife. How economical of you. A wife, a settlement, debts paid, a settlement, debts paid, and my letter set aside under neat instruction, for some more convenient moral season. He for some more convenient moral season. He winced. Not outwardly enough for vanity winced. Not outwardly enough for vanity, but enough for truth. But enough for truth. That is not what I meant. No. Is not what I meant. No. I lifted the page before he could stop me, Of course it is not what you meant. Nothing hateful. Of course it is not what you meant. Nothing hateful in your life ever seems to mean itself until long after it is itself, until long after it is done. He set down the estate letters very carefully on the nearest chair. Lydia. Do chair. Lydia. Do not. I could not bear my name not. I could not bear my name from him in that moment. Not from him in that moment. Not while you stand there looking as if honesty itself were a form of suffering nobly sustained. His face hardened slightly then sustained. His face hardened slightly then. Not into anger with me, but into refusal of a false comfort. Not into anger with me, but into refusal of a false comfort. I do not think it noble. Then we. I do not think it noble. Then we agree on another point. I agree on another point. I looked back at the letter, because somehow that was worse than looking at him. The first line, Sue looking at him. The first line, swam. I had once written them in a state of proud misery so acute, that I had believed the act itself must force, an answer from the world. Even now I could hear the younger version of my own voice beneath the sentences, trying so desperately not to plead and pleading all the desperately not to plead and pleading all the same. If I have mistaken what has passed between us, you may have mistaken what has passed between us. You may say so at once, and I shall never trouble you again. Say so at once and I shall never trouble you again. But silence is a cruelty I had not thought you capable of. And if there is honor left in thought you capable of, and if there is honor left in your regard for me, I ask for only one plain word. I ask for only one plain word. One plain word. I held the paper tighter. One plain word. I held the paper tighter. One plain word. I repeated. And you wrote to yourself that it ought to be answered. One plain word. I repeated. And you wrote to yourself that it ought to be answered. Yes. One. He did not. Yes. One. He did not pretend not to understand. That day. There are answers pretend not to understand. That day. There are answers which take flesh from memory and hand it back to pain with interest. That day. I said. Pain with interest. That day. I said. Before your marriage was settled. Before your marriage was settled. He closed his eyes briefly. Wes. The room seemed to tip beneath closed his eyes briefly. Wes. The room seemed to tip beneath me, though my feet remained exactly where they had been. Though my feet remained exactly where they had been. Before. B.S. Not after the decision. Not when it before. Wes. Not after the decision. Not when it could no longer be altered. Before. I could no longer be altered. Before. I sat down because I could not remain standing with such knowledge in my knees. For a moment, he did not move. Knees. For a moment, he did not move. Then, seeing perhaps that I would not faint but might break in some less fashionable way, he came no faint, but might break in some less fashionable way. He came no nearer than the chair opposite and remained there, one hand nearer than the chair opposite and remained there. A hand resting on the carved wood at its back as though even furniture must not resting on the carved wood at its back, as though even furniture must not be taken too familiarly, while truth was being dragged into the room. I'd be taken too familiarly while truth was being dragged into the room, he said. You asked me once, quietly, whether, he said. You asked me once, quietly, whether I had already chosen usefulness when I had already chosen usefulness when your last letter came. I looked up your last letter came. I looked up at him. Yes. I had. The words did at him. Wes. I had. The words did not strike like a blow. They struck like cold water flung over a not strike like a blow. They struck like cold water flung over a body already bruised. Total, immediate. Impossible body already bruised. Total, immediate, impossible to argue with. I see, he said. No, to argue with. I see, he said. No. And for the first time in many days there was something like, nakedness in his voice. You do not. Not yet. Because if you did, you would know nakedness in his voice. You do not. Not yet. Because, if you did, you would know I understood exactly what I was doing and lacked the courage understood exactly what I was doing and lacked the courage either to release you quickly or to save you honestly. Either to release you quickly or to save you honestly. I stared at him. He went on, not because he wished to, I thought stared at him. He went on not because he wished to, I thought, but because some final disgust with concealment had. But because some final disgust with concealment had at last become stronger than his habit of managing it, My father's affairs were collapsing. There were. My father's affairs were collapsing. There were notes called in, obligations I had been fool enough to guarantee, and notes called in, obligations I had been fool enough to guarantee. And my mother and sister would have been dragged into public distress. Mother and sister would have been dragged into public distress if the London house failed. The marriage being arranged answered if the London house failed. The marriage being arranged answered it. Not entirely, but enough, when it, not elegantly, not entirely, but enough. When your letter came, I had already permitted the arrangement to go to your letter came. I had already permitted the arrangement to go too far for decency. And I had not the strength to break far for decency. And I had not the strength to break it and bear the disgrace I had earned. I heard it and bear the disgrace I had earned. I heard every word. I also heard beneath it the every word. I also heard beneath it the unspoken remainder, that bearing his own disgrace, unspoken remainder. That bearing his own disgrace had seemed at the time more difficult than inflicting uncertainty upon me. You chose. I said, inflicting uncertainty upon me. You chose, said, to let me wait. Wes. To let me wait. Wes. The admission was so plain that I almost hated him less for admission, was so plain that I almost hated him less for a second, which was intolerable. A second, which was intolerable. You thought silence kinder than truth. No. You thought silence kinder than truth. No. His voice roughened. I thought silence easier than voice roughened. I thought silence easier than truth. There it was. Not duty. Not truth. Not was. Not noble sacrifice. Easier. I looked down at noble sacrifice. Easier. I looked down at my younger hand upon the page, and felt something my younger hand upon the page, and felt something inside me narrow to a line so fine, and cold inside me narrow to a line so fine, and cold it seemed beyond tears. That, it seemed beyond tears. That, I said, is the ugliest sentence you have spoken, I said, is the ugliest sentence you have spoken to me. I know. And perhaps the first entirely sufficient one to me. I know. And perhaps the first entirely sufficient one. He stood without moving, receiving it because there. He stood without moving, receiving it because there was nothing else left for him to do. I laid was nothing else left for him to do. I laid the letter carefully on the table, smoothing the fold the letter carefully on the table, smoothing the fold with my fingers as if tidiness still mattered to the dead. With my fingers as if tidiness still mattered to the dead. When I spoke again, my voice sounded to me almost ordinary. Voice sounded to me almost ordinary. How long have you kept it by you? How long have you kept it by you? Since then. Even through your marriage. Yes, since then. Even through your marriage? Yes. Through her death? Yes. Through my mother's? Yes. Through my mother's removal to the removal to the dower house. Through my cousin's note. Through our house. Through my cousin's note. Through these weeks in which you have sat opposite me, at these weeks in which you have sat opposite me at breakfast and discussed coal. Wes. If he breakfast and discussed coal, bah. Wes. If he had once said anything else, I think I should had once said anything else. I think I should have screamed. It was the relentless agreement that made have scream. It was the relentless agreement that made screaming impossible. I rose. At once, he screaming impossible. I rose. At once he straightened, as if prepared for whatever form of rejection I chose straightened, as if prepared for whatever form of rejection I chose to give the room. Yet he still did not to give the room. Yet he still did not come nearer. Some come nearer. Some last discipline held him there, and though I despised him, in that discipline held him there, and though I despised him in that moment almost beyond language, I was also conscious of that discipline as one is conscious of a rail, while descending dangerous steps, not loved, not thanked for, while descending dangerous steps, not loved, not thanked for but noticed. Why keep it? I asked. Why not burn the thing but noticed? Why keep it? I asked. Why not burn the thing if you had already burned the answer in yourself? His face changed if you had already burned the answer in yourself. His face changed, finally, into something I had not yet seen so openly in him, self-contempt without arrangement. Because I read it into something I had not yet seen so openly in him, self-contempt without arrangement. He said, because I read it until I hated myself. He said, because I told myself I would answer, until I hated myself. Because I told myself I would answer when I had found a way to answer, without being damned by it. Had found a way to answer without being damned by it. Because every week that passed made the answer more indecent. Because every week that passed made the answer more indecent. And because by the time I understood that silence had become, its own declaration. I had already chosen the life its own declaration. I had already chosen the life that required it. I laughed once, softly and without mirth. So you preserved your shame, Wes. As if that improved me. No, I turned away because if I had looked that required it. I laughed once, softly and without mirth. So you preserved your shame. Yes. As if that improved me. No. I turned away because if I had looked at him another second I might have said something so cruel that even justice would have blushed to at him another second I might have said something so cruel that even justice would have blushed to hear it. The blue room window held only my own hear it. The blue room window held only my own reflection and the first blur of evening outside reflection and the first blur of evening outside. Behind me the fire shifted. Somewhere below fire shifted. Somewhere below stairs the dinner bell rang for servants. Faint and ordinary. A sound from the same stairs the dinner bell rang for servants. Faint and ordinary. A sound from the same world in which this had once all happened, and world in which this had once all happened, and I had not known. At last I said, I had not known. At last I said, all your careful kindnesses these weeks, the annuity, Marian's portion, the keys, the guest room for my mother, the coal, the broth. You must see what this does to them. Yes. It makes them smaller. He took that as he had taken the rest. All your careful kindnesses these weeks, the annuity, Marian's portion, the keys, the guest room for my mother, the coal, the broth. You must see what this does to them. Yes. It makes them smaller. He took that as he had taken the rest. Wes. No, I said, turning back. Not no, I said, turning back. Not smaller indeed, smaller in innocence. Every useful thing you have done now stands in the light of this smaller indeed. Smaller in innocence. Every useful thing you have done now stands in the light of this paper. Do you understand? I cannot look at paper. Do you understand? I cannot look at one act of care without seeing the man who once one act of care without seeing the man who once wrote to himself that I deserved answer, and then wrote to himself that I deserved answer and then let me be humiliated instead. Something moved in be humiliated instead. Something moved in his throat. Something moved his throat. Yes. The answer exhausted me more than throat. Yes. The answer exhausted me more than resistance would have done. I picked up resistance would have done. I picked up the letter and held it once more. This is mine. The letter and held it once more. This is mine. Yes. Not because you give it. Because it should always have, not because you give it. Because it should always have been. He nodded. I folded it once, twice, and been. He nodded. I folded it once, twice, and slipped it inside the pocket of my gown. Then slipped it inside the pocket of my gown. Then I crossed to the door. He moved. I crossed to the door. He moved aside before I could ask it of him. Of course he aside before I could ask it of him. Of course he did. Of course he made the path clear only after the damage had been named, because that did. Of course he made the path clear only after the damage had been named, because that was always his way, was always his way. Exact where it was too late to be merciful. My exact where it was too late to be merciful. My hand was on the latch when he spoke. I loved hand was on the latch when he spoke. I loved you. I stopped. The sentence, arriving there, was almost monstrous in its uselessness. Without you. I stopped. The sentence arriving there was almost monstrous in its uselessness. Without turning, I said, that is not the word that governs this room. No. I said, that is not the word that governs this room. He said, no, behind me. Coward said behind me. Cowardice is. I closed my eyes. Then I opened this is. I closed my eyes. Then I opened the door and left him in the blue room with the tenant door, and left him in the blue room with the tenant papers, the falling light, and whatever remained of papers, the falling light, and whatever remained of a man after he has finally spoken the truth that ruins even the a man after he has finally spoken the truth that ruins even the virtues by which he hoped to mend virtues by which he hoped to mend it. I went upstairs by the back stair because I went upstairs by the back stair because I did not want a servant to see my face. In my dressing room I did not want a servant to see my face. In my dressing room, I shut the door, crossed at once to the communicating door between our rooms. The door. Crossed at once to the communicating door between our rooms. And turned the key harder than was necessary, though it had already been locked. Then I stood with it had already been locked. Then I stood with my forehead against the panel and laughed once, my forehead against the panel and laughed once. A small, broken sound I despised at once. A small, broken sound I despised at once, because the absurdity of it was too complete. I had married a because the absurdity of it was too complete. I had married a man whose decency at table, whose care for my mother, whose quiet management of my comfort, man whose decency at table, whose care for my mother, whose quiet management of my comfort, whose refusal to touch even the latch of my, whose refusal to touch even the latch of my privacy without permission, had begun against my will privacy without permission, had begun against my will to form around me a house I might have learned to live in. And all the while I might have learned to live in. And all the while the deepest truth of him had sat, folded the deepest truth of him had sat, folded and preserved, in a paper marked to be and preserved, in a paper marked to be answered. He had not forgotten answered. He had not forgotten me. He had left me unanswered on purpose. Me. He had left me unanswered on purpose. That difference was enough to break the back of every that difference was enough to break the back of every gentler interpretation I had allowed gentler interpretation I had allowed, however unwillingly, to survive these last weeks. By dinner, to survive these last weeks. By dinner I had washed my face, changed my gown, I had washed my face, changed my gown, and acquired the composure of a woman too well bred to set fire to a dining room. I sent word through Mrs. Finch that I had a headache, and acquired the composure of a woman too well bred to set fire to a dining room. I sent word through Mrs. Finch that I had a headache and would take broth upstairs. No reply came back. Only the tray half an hour later, exactly as I had asked. That hour later, exactly as I had asked. That was worst of all. The house did not alter after that. That was the intolerable cleverness of it. No servant broke a plate. No door slammed. No dinner was announced in a voice sharpened by household knowledge. Mrs. Val continued to move through the passages with grave efficiency. Cook continued to wage her private war upon economy and oranges. The under-footman continued to improve at arithmetic because I had frightened him into honesty. Even the weather remained itself, giving us 3 days of hard frost followed by a wind so damp and cutting that the windows whitened at the corners before dusk. Only the marriage changed, and because it changed inwardly, with perfect outward correctness, no one could name the shape of it except those who lived inside its rooms. Julian did not attempt speech that evening, nor the next morning, nor the morning after that. At breakfast he rose when I entered, asked whether I had slept tolerably, and accepted my answer with the same level civility he might have used to a distant cousin staying under his roof for Christmas. If I spoke of the household, he answered exactly. If I asked whether the chimney men had written from York, or whether the Fenner boy's wrist had been seen to again, or whether my mother's firewood had been sent as arranged, he replied as if none of those questions crossed over a letter still folded in the pocket of my memory like a hidden blade. That restraint was kinder than intrusion. It was also unbearable. On the third morning, when the tea had gone half cold between us, and the silver coffee pot reflected nothing but winter light and my own composed face, he said, "Lady Esterfield writes that she means to call on your mother next Tuesday, if the roads permit." I buttered a piece of toast I did not want. "She will be received with pleasure." Yes. Nothing followed. It should have been a relief. Instead, the silence felt too much like an imitation of the original sin between us, only better mannered and set at a prettier table. At last I said, still looking at the plate before me, "You are very exact." He answered after a brief pause, "I thought you would prefer it." "I do." The words were true and not true. Truth in households, I was beginning to learn, is often a matter of proportion rather than kind. He bowed his head slightly and returned to the letters beside his plate. I left before the coffee was poured. From that day onward, much of what passed between us passed through the house itself. Mrs. Vale informed me that Mr. Kestrel would dine late after riding north. I informed Mrs. Vale that Mr. Kestrel's sister's old room should be aired, because my mother might sleep there, if the weather softened enough, for a visit after Christmas. Julian sent word by Thomas that the Westfield rent had at last been collected in full, and the butcher's account might therefore be settled without delay. I sent back through the same obedient channel that the butcher should still wait 2 days, because Cook had no further right to the best cuts, merely because winter made everyone sentimental. Thus a marriage may preserve its manners long after it has lost its ease. In public we could not afford even that much distance. When the vicar and his wife dined with us the following Thursday, Julian offered me his arm into the dining room with impeccable correctness, and I placed my fingers upon his sleeve as any wife might. He asked whether I preferred the fish or the fowl to be served first, and I answered. Mrs. Pembroke remarked upon the comfort of seeing us settled so well before Christmas. The vicar had once been young and had perhaps not entirely forgotten the uses of tact, spoke only of roads, subscriptions, and whether the poorhouse coal would hold through January if the weather hardened. I performed my part without fault. Yet all the while, beneath the linen, the candles, the proper silver, and Mrs. Pembroke's harmless admiration, I could feel the locked pocket in which I had placed the old letter upstairs, as if the paper itself had acquired weight enough to drag at the shape of my body through walls and floors. Julian performed too. That somehow was worse. There was no strain visible in him beyond a stillness more finished than before, as if he had taken the full force of exposure and built a more careful civility atop it. A stranger would have called him grave. A friend might have called him tired. Only I knew how much of his silence came not from peace, but from the knowledge that every kindness he now offered stood under indictment from the one kindness he had once denied. The vicarage dinner passed. The weather worsened. Then my cousin found his opening. It came in the form of a note from my mother, written in a smaller hand than usual and, with more crossings out than I had ever known her permit herself. She wrote that Marian had received an invitation to a musicale at the Fortescue's house, and then, a day later, a second note regretting that the gathering must be confined to a narrower circle than first intended. Regrets. Illness in the family. The weather uncertain. All the usual lies by which women close doors, without admitting that they are shutting them. At the bottom of the page my mother had added, almost as if she wished the words not to count fully, because they were not given the dignity of proper spacing. Your cousin called afterward, and spoke with such kindness of Marian's youth and sensibility that I knew at once he had heard something. He hinted that a quieter season might be wisest for her, and that public disappointment can sometimes be prevented by voluntary seclusion before hopes are encouraged in the wrong direction. I read the letter twice. Then I folded it and carried it down to the library, where Julian sat with the state maps spread before him and a candle already lit, though the afternoon had not yet wholly died. He rose at once when I entered. One look at my face and the maps ceased to matter. What has happened? I laid the letter on the table. My cousin has happened. Again. He read quickly, and as he did, something settled into his face with a severity I had not seen since the first days after the packet reappeared. When did this arrive? An hour ago. And the Fortescue's first invitation. 3 days before the second note. Mrs. Pembroke had spoken of it already in church. He put the letter down with great care. This is not caution, it is design, Wes. The word came out colder than I intended, though perhaps not colder than he deserved. He remained standing, one hand flat against the table. I can write to Fortescue. No, oh. The refusal was immediate. It startled us both by its force. He looked at me. Why not? Because I will not have Marian's chance of company, or marriage, or simple social air, bought back by a letter from you like a debt settled after terms have gone stale. His jaw altered slightly. Would not be bought. It would be corrected. No. Corrected is what one does to ledgers. This is my sister. Silence followed. The candle flame moved once in a draught and steadied. At length he said, Then I can speak to your cousin. I laughed once, without mirth. You may indeed. And he will know exactly what it means if you do. He will know that he has reached us through Marian, and he will enjoy the knowledge even while he bows. I do not care what he enjoys. I do. He went still. I will not have her life turned into a field on which you and he practice manly influence. I said. Not for my sake. Not for the marriage. Not for your conscience. The last word landed hard. I saw it. Yet he did not defend himself. He asked, What do you want me to do? It was the same question he had asked before we married. Then it had been terrible, because necessity had narrowed choice until the words marriage and protection became indistinguishable. Now, it was terrible for a different reason, because I no longer knew whether refusing his help protected Marian's dignity or merely sacrificed it to the remnants of my own. I do not know, I said. The admission cost me more than anger. His expression changed by almost nothing, but enough to show that he understood the expense. He said, Your mother must answer the Fortescues somehow, carefully. She will answer with grace. Wes. And Marian will feel the refusal all the same. I turned away and went to the window, because the room had grown too small for looking at him directly. Outside, the lawn lay dull and rigid under a skin of frost. Beyond it, the bare trees looked less like living things than like dark ink marks against a whitening sky. She already feels it, I said. That is the obscenity. She has done nothing. And yet she must now carry the caution proper to a girl whose elder sister's history has become too publicly repaired to be forgotten. "Da behind me," he said. If there is any increase in her portion. I wheeled round. No. His face closed slightly. Hear me. I have heard enough of portions and settlements, and what money may do when character has failed. No. It would not be charity, I said. It would be worse. It would be using the same language that once sold me silence. Only now in Marian's direction, and with cleaner intentions. He received the blow without movement, but the whiteness that entered about his mouth told me it had found its mark. He said, I would not touch her money without your mother's full knowledge. And I would still know where it came from. Again silence. The house around us went on living. Somewhere in the back passage a maid hurried with coal and nearly tripped over the mat. I heard the scuffle, the recovered balance, the muttered apology to no one. A dog barked once outside and was checked. The ordinary world continued its humiliating habit of refusing to stop merely because one had reached another internal precipice. At last Julian said, Then I can do only one thing. I waited. I can ensure that your mother's house is not made smaller in comfort or in visible respect while your cousin tries to make Marian's world smaller elsewhere. The words were carefully chosen. Too carefully, perhaps. Yet there was truth in them. You mean more wood, more carriage use, more visits arranged under Lady Esterfield's eye, more ways of shielding us through appearance. Ah. Yes. I closed my eyes for a moment. That was the trouble with him. When stripped of the right to grand intervention, he still found the practical line along which a woman's life is made easier or less humiliating. Fires, roads, invitations, blankets, carriage seats, places at table, all the little ways respectability either survives or goes cold. And I am to accept that, I said, without feeling purchased. He said, No, quietly. You are to accept that I live in the world as it is, and that I cannot look at harm and choose not to use the means at my disposal against it. There was no vanity in the sentence. Only a bleak conviction I could neither admire safely nor despise completely. You speak, I said, as if usefulness were a kind of penance. He answered after a long pause. Perhaps it is the only one I can perform daily without lying. I looked at him. There are moments when a man tells the truth, and the truth does not draw one nearer. It merely makes distance more exact. Very well, I said at last. You may see that my mother is not diminished in comfort. You may ask Lady Esterfield to call again, and if Marianne is included in any small circle by natural means, I shall not forbid the miracle. But you will not write to the Fortescues, and you will not alter Marianne's portion by a single shilling through me or around me. His gaze held mine. Understood. And if you speak to my cousin, I said, it will be only if I first tell you that I can bear no more of his civility. A flicker passed through his face. Wariness, perhaps. Or anger on my behalf too disciplined to show itself plainly. Wes, I picked up my mother's letter. When I turned to go, he said, Lydia. I stopped. Not because the sound of my name from him had softened, only because one does not entirely lose the habit of listening for danger. He said, I am sorry. The words were familiar by now. They had become almost indecent in their insufficiency, like flowers sent weekly to a grave one has dug oneself. For which part? I asked without facing him. He answered at once. For the fact that every decent thing I do now comes to you through indecent history. I turned then. The room was very quiet. The maps lay open and forgotten. The candle lit one side of his face and left the other in shadow, which I disliked because light and dark together always make men look more tragic than they deserve. Yes, I said. That is exactly the fact. Then I left him there with the maps, the candle, and all the practical virtue in the world, still unable to undo a single line, written in his own hand, to be answered. The next week moved under frost. My mother wrote again, more cheerfully, because mothers prefer the shape of hope even when they no longer trust its substance. Lady Esterfield had gone to the Dower House and taken Marian out in her own carriage to make calls upon persons who might usefully be to remember that sensible girls are not disqualified from society merely because older people have enjoyed discussing them. That was entirely in Lady Esterfield's style, and only slightly gentler than open warfare. Mrs. Pembroke invited Marion to help assemble blankets for the parish poor. Mrs. Bell's daughters sent a basket of walnuts, with a note so timidly friendly that I knew their mother had not sanctioned it. The world, having narrowed her orbit, now attempted to widen again by degrees small enough not to offend propriety. Yet the injury had been done. One invitation refused leaves a mark, even when 3 others follow. A girl begins to understand that she is being managed rather than simply welcomed, and no quantity of tea or walnuts alters that knowledge. Marion bore it better than I could have done at her age. She wrote that Lady Esterfield talked to everyone as if they were either useful or negligible, and thereby made society very easy to navigate. She also wrote, in a line blotted once before drying, that she hoped I was warm enough and not working too hard over other people's coal because, if men are to fail us in larger ways, they may at least be left to fail in comfort at their own hearths. I laughed over that and then cried, which was an absurd sequence, but not an uncommon one in married life, I suspect. I saw less of Julian in those days, though whether by chance or deliberate arrangement I could not tell. He rode out early. He dined sometimes with the steward. When we met, it was in rooms too public for truth and too private for indifference, and so we fell back upon that exhausting middle territory of exact civility. One evening, as I stood in the schoolroom sorting linen lists for charity distribution, he appeared at the door with a bundle of cut wood in his arms. The maid has not come. She was taken by cook to peel something ancestral and indestructible. He crossed to the hearth and laid the wood down. You should ring. I did. And no one came. That happens in houses where cooks are stronger than bells. A small pause followed. Then he said, Your mother's second load of wood reached the Dower house this morning. I put down the list in my hand. I did not ask you to see to that. No. Mrs. Val told me the frost had worsened there, and the carter from the hall was a day late again. That is exactly the sort of thing that makes me feel bought by the scuttle. He turned toward me fully. Would you prefer she be colder? The question was low, not sharp exactly, worse than sharp, practical. No, I said. Then let me bear the moral ugliness of the extra wood. There was such bitterness in the sentence that I stared at him. Moral ugliness. He gave a short, joyless breath that was almost a laugh. You think I do not know how it appears? That every log, every blanket, every repaired shutter, every decent seat in a carriage arrives under suspicion, because of what I once withheld. I know it. I know it every hour. And still I will not let your mother sit in a colder room, because I have forfeited elegance. For one instant the room seemed to contract around us. He had raised his voice by almost nothing. The schoolroom remained full of ordinary things, slates, unused copybooks, the faint smell of chalk and wool. Yet the force of what he had said moved through it like sudden weather. I should have answered with anger. Instead I heard myself say very quietly, Do not speak as if suffering nobly were another form of management. His face altered, and the moment closed at once, as if both of us had stepped too near a precipice and recognized it together. He said, I beg your pardon. The old formula. Correct, insufficient, exhausting. No, I said, I am the one who is tired. The truth of it made us both still tired. Of him, yes. Of myself, perhaps more. Of the way truth, once admitted, had not simplified anything as I had hoped it might. It had only taken every gesture and rendered it double. Care and guilt. Wood and debt. Protection and purchase. Silence and mercy. Everything now came in pairs too tightly bound to separate with clean fingers. He lifted the empty wood basket from beside the grate. He said, There will be sleep by morning. After a moment, Do not go to the village yourself if Mrs. Pembroke sends again about the blankets. I had not planned to, Good. Then he left. That was how the cold deepened between us. Not with one decisive rupture, but with 100 small gestures made necessary by weather, servants, relatives, and roads, each of them practical. Each of them touched by the knowledge that the worst thing between us no longer belonged to scandal or gossip, or even marriage. It belonged to truth. At last, 2 days before Christmas, another note came from my mother. Shorter this time. Firmer. Your cousin has called twice this week. He speaks with concern for Marian's disappointments and kindness toward me so smooth that I begin to prefer rudeness. If I tell you not to come, you must know that I mean the opposite. I read it in the breakfast room while Julian stood at the window with his coffee untouched. Snow had not fallen, but the sky looked determined upon something disagreeable. Without turning, he said, "What is it?" I folded the note. "My cousin grows charitable." He faced me at once. "Do you wish me to come?" There it was again, the offer of action. The means at his disposal. The husband, the gentleman, the man who could walk into a room and make another man calculate himself differently merely by standing there. I thought of Marian. My mother. The dower house. The shutter repaired too late. The Fortescues. The extra wood. The letter in my pocket, worn now at the fold from being touched more often than I wished to admit. Then I thought of my cousin's face if Julian entered that house beside me. How much he would enjoy understanding that, even now, I required the protection of the very man whose delay had once ruined me. "No," I said. Julian's expression did not change. "You are certain?" "Wes." He inclined his head. "Then what will you do?" I rose from the table. "I shall go myself." The words seemed to alter the room more than any weather could have done. He looked at me for a long moment. He said, "Lydia," at last, "if he presses you beyond civility—" "I know what beyond civility looks like," he said. "Wes." Nothing more. No prohibition. No husband's authority laid across my path like a gate. Only that one word, carrying more history than I could bear to hear in it. I took up my gloves. Behind me, the fire burned, the coffee steamed untouched, and the house stood warm around us, his house, my house, our cold house, while somewhere across the frosted miles my mother sat under my cousin's kindness and Marian learned too early what it costs a family when one woman's past becomes the village's favorite morality tale. I was done letting other people receive him on my behalf. Chapter 4, A Promise Without Price. I went to the dower house that same afternoon. The decision, once spoken aloud over the breakfast table, seemed to remove from the day all possibility of pretending toward ease. I wrote to my mother that I would come by 2 if the roads held. I told Mrs. Vale to have the smaller carriage brought round, because the larger one looked too much like display, and the lane would not reward grandeur in any case. I put on the dark wool traveling cloak, the plainer bonnet, and the gloves least likely to split if I gripped them too hard. All this occupied less than half an hour. The remaining time I spent by the library fire with an unopened book in my hand, and the distinct awareness that Julian was elsewhere in the house, making a point of not crossing my path. That, too, was a form of courtesy. When I came down, Thomas was waiting in the hall with my cloak already warmed at the hearth. The carriage stood at the door breathing steam into the pale air. Julian was not in sight. For one moment, no longer, I was absurdly conscious of his absence, and of how easily another husband might have chosen that moment to appear, to command, to insist, or to perform concern before servants in a manner meant as much to establish authority as kindness. Instead I found, on the table in the entrance hall, a note in his hand. The horse on the left went lame yesterday on the east turn and is not to be pressed, if the road freezes after dusk. If you are delayed, Thomas is to wait without question. The fur lap robe is the heavier of the 2. Nothing more. No request that I reconsider. No offer to accompany me against my will. No husband's blessing laid over my decision, as if I needed a man's language to authorize my own. I folded the note once and left it where it was. The road to the dower house was not long, but winter contrives to lengthen short distances by the quality of its light. Everything looked paused. The hedges stood stiff with frost, the fields beyond them colorless except where old grass showed through like dull gold under glass. And the sky had that high, bright blankness which makes the world appear both cleaner and less merciful. Thomas drove carefully. Twice the wheels slid a little on shaded ground, and twice he corrected without fuss, which was all any sensible woman ought to ask of a coachman in December. I kept my hands folded over the heavy lap robe and thought of nothing usefully. That is to say, I thought of everything at once. Marian's blotched line in her last note. My mother's careful phrase about kindness so smooth she preferred rudeness. My cousin's voice in the dower house passage weeks earlier, advising destruction with the mild authority of a man who enjoys the fact that other people's prudence may be recommended to them from superior comfort. And beneath all of that, as beneath everything now, the remembered sight of Julian's hand upon my old letter, to be answered. There are injuries which alter the color of every later thought. One continues to speak, to dress, to breakfast, to manage coal and servants and invitations, yet under it all there remains a new and ugly light by which every act is seen. I had not grown used to that light. I doubted I ever should. The dower house came into view through the bare trees, smaller than it had looked to me in childhood, and more dignified than it had any right to look under my cousin's administration. The repaired shutter on the back bedchamber now sat square. Smoke rose properly from both chimneys. Gravel had been laid fresh before the steps, as if the house itself were meant to declare that it suffered no neglect. I could not decide whether that angered me more or less than if it had looked shabby. Open meanness is easier to fight than polished management. Briggs admitted me with such warmth that it almost undid me at once. "Miss," she began, and then corrected herself, blushing. "Mrs. Kestrel." "Madam." "I shall answer to either if you do not make a tragedy of it, Briggs." She laughed in the old way and took my muff with hands gone rougher in recent years than I remembered. She said, "Thee are in the parlor, madam." Then, lowering her voice, "And he was here an hour since." "Who, is he gone?" "No, madam." That altered the shape of the afternoon at once. "In the house." "In the little study with Mr. Weller." "The solicitor, then." "Of course. Pressure rarely travels alone when it may bring paper." I took off my gloves one finger at a time. "Did my mother send for either of them?" Briggs's face acquired the circumspect expression of an old servant who has long since ceased to believe that propriety and truth are habitual companions. "Not as I heard, madam." That was answer enough. When I entered the parlor, Marian rose so quickly that her work-basket overturned and spilled blue silk and a tape measure onto the carpet. My mother, seated near the fire with a shawl about her shoulders and one hand still resting on an open book she had not been reading, stood more slowly but with no less feeling. She said, "My dear girl." I kissed her. Then Marian, who clung to me for 1 second longer than her usual self-command would have permitted a month ago. That second told me more than any letter. "You should not have come in this cold," my mother said at once, because mothers are never so tender as when beginning with reproach. "I should," I answered, "and I have." Marian stooped to gather the blue silk from the floor, but I was quicker. When I handed it back, I saw the faint darkening beneath her eyes which no ribbon could improve. Not illness. Not theatrics. Only the look of a girl beginning to count social slights, not as isolated accidents but as connected weather. Nothing ages a young woman so quickly as teaching her to do those sums. "You are pale," I said. "So are you," she returned. "That is because I have married responsibly." She laughed, though thinly, and my mother gave me the glance by which she indicates that levity is both indispensable and badly timed. I sat by the fire, and Briggs brought tea as if the entire object of female life under patriarchy were to continue pouring it while men arranged its inconveniences elsewhere. The ordinary movements of the tray steadied me. cups, sugar, steam. Things one may trust precisely because they do not improve under sentiment. My mother waited until Briggs had gone. You had my note. Yes. And his. I had that one too. She looked down into her cup. I did not send for him. No. Marian set aside the blue silk altogether. She said. He came to inquire after Mama's comfort. Did he? She replied. Wes. And there was enough dryness in her for me to know the household had already instructed her in our family's newer dialect. He is greatly concerned for all our comforts just now. My mother winced faintly. Marian, she said. What? Not roughly. Merely tired. He is. I looked from one to the other of them and saw what I had not allowed myself to imagine fully from letters alone. Not catastrophe. Something more corroding. The strain of being received under correction. The humiliation of kindness deployed as supervision. My mother bearing it, because widowhood and dependence had taught her how much shelter can be lost by refusing smooth tyranny. Marian bearing it because youth has less practice and therefore feels every soft insult more sharply. How often has he called? I asked. Twice this week, my mother said, and once last week. At what hours? Her brows lifted. I am not making a social calendar of him, Lydia. No, I said. I am making a pattern. Marian answered before my mother could. Late morning the first time. Just after luncheon the second. Today before 1, with Mr. Weller. That told me plenty. No mere coincidence. Hours chosen to be respectable and visible. The solicitor added today because paper lends intimidation its cleanest gloves. What did Mr. Weller want? My mother set down her cup with care. To review some household matters. The annuity, though, that is already perfectly clear. And certain items relating to inventories still passing between the hall and the dower house. Inventories? I repeated. She met my eyes then, and I understood at once why her hand had been unsteady in the last letter. She said, There is concern that papers of a personal nature may not all have been properly sorted. The words came out with such deliberate calm that for one moment I could only stare. What concern? My mother's mouth tightened. That if such papers exist, their continued uncertainty may expose not only you, but this household, to renewed speculation. Mr. Weller spoke in the mildest terms. Your cousin spoke of prudence. I looked at Marian. She looked back without flinching, though color had risen under her cheekbones. He said. She answered for herself. That some matters, if not wholly buried, have a tendency to push up through families at the least convenient seasons. He was very sorry to see Mama troubled. He said people in our position must sometimes choose quiet over vindication. The room went still. Outside, a cart passed slowly on the lane, wheels crunching over frozen ground. Inside, the clock on the mantel continued with perfect indifference to the fact that I was very near losing mine. Did he say this before Mr. Weller? I asked. Yes, said Marian. And then Mr. Weller began speaking of the advantage of having all informal papers gathered under one careful review, so that no future misunderstanding might arise. How thoughtful, Bah. My mother's face altered. Lydia, no, let me be exact for once in a way that is not merely useful to men. He wishes to recover whatever remains. He wishes it done through a solicitor so that extortion may be mistaken for administrative tidiness. And he wishes Marian to hear enough of it, that the lesson is learned without any vulgar word being said plainly. My mother closed her eyes briefly. That is a harsh account. It is an accurate one. Marian drew the blue silk top between her fingers until I thought it might snap. She said, I do not care for myself. Quickly. Which proved at once that she cared a great deal. Only I cannot bear that every room should begin to feel as if I enter it under warning. The simplicity of that struck me harder than all the rest. Every room under warning. There are whole books of law written upon property, marriage, and inheritance, and not one of them describes the actual sensation, as well as a young girl saying that. I rose and went to the window, because I could not trust my face while looking at either of them. The lawn lay white with frost. Beyond it, through the bare branches, I could just see the angle of the little study window where my cousin and the solicitor sat. A line of smoke lifted from the chimney and flattened at once in the cold. Everything looked orderly. Everything was meant to. "Have you answered them?" I asked without turning. "Not beyond courtesy," my mother said. "They are waiting for me," Marian added in a lower voice. "That is," he asked whether I would join them presently so that certain household references might not later be disputed from imperfect memory. Mama refused. Mr. Weller said there was no hurry. No hurry. I put my hand against the cold glass. Of course there was no hurry. Pressure applied slowly lasts longer and leaves fewer marks that others are obliged to notice. I turned back into the room. "You must not let them speak to you alone," I said to Marian. She lifted her chin a little. "I am not quite a fool." "No," I said. "Only younger than they are." Ah. My mother watched me with that particular maternal attention, which means she has ceased trying to guide the conversation, and is instead measuring what force of character she is about to witness, and whether the furniture will survive it. She asked, "What will you do?" The question was gentle, its answer was not. "I shall speak to them." My mother went pale. "Lydia, consider." "I have considered. I have considered for weeks. I have considered." While you were polite under supervision and Marian counted invitations, as if they were weather vanes, and Mr. Weller was brought into this house to make rummaging sound like prudence. Consideration has had its turn. Marian stood too. "He will only be smoother if he sees anger." "Then let him be smooth." "I am tired of mistaking smoothness for defeat on my side." My mother rose more slowly, gathering the shawl about her as if cold had entered the room by some door we had not seen open. "You must not give him scene." "I do not intend scene." I picked up my gloves from the chair where I had thrown them. "I intend memory." They both looked at me. My cousin has been allowed too long to speak as if he were the custodian of our reputation rather than the most industrious user of its fragility. He has been allowed to imagine that because his words are civil, their meaning may be left uncensured. I mean to remove that comfort. My mother sank back down, not from weakness exactly, but from the knowledge that resistance would now cost more than acquiescence. Marian came nearer. She said, "Lydia, quietly, do not do it for me in a way that will make you despise yourself afterward." That stopped me more than anything else. I looked at her fully. There she stood in the dower house parlor, half girl still and half already instructed by woman's society in how easily one woman may become another woman's caution. She did not ask me to protect her by martyrdom. She did not ask me to remain silent either. She asked only that I not purchase her ease by surrendering something so entirely that I should one day hate the shape of my own rescue. If I had loved her less, it would have been simpler. "I shall do it," I said at last, "for all of us. That is as much promise as I can make." Before either of them could answer, Briggs appeared at the door with the expression of a woman who had come to announce something distasteful, and taken the precaution of disapproving of it first. She said, "Beg pardon, madam," to my mother. "Mr. Harbury asks whether Miss Marian is at leisure now, as Mr. Weller would not like the light to go before a small point is settled." My hand closed around the gloves, so hard I heard the stitching complain. My mother's face hardened at once. "She is not at leisure," Briggs bobbed. "Yes, madame." "Stay," I said. All three turned to me. "Tell Mr. Harbury," I said very evenly, "that Mrs. Kestrel will attend him instead." Briggs's eyes widened, then recovered. "Wes, madam." When she had gone, Marian gave a small involuntary step toward me. "No." I took her face between my hands and kissed her forehead as I had not done since she was 13 and feverish. "Wes." My mother rose again, this time not to stop me but to reach for my sleeve. "If he says anything about the letters." "He will," I said. "And if Mr. Weller." "Then Mr. Weller will hear what administrative prudence sounds like when translated properly." My mother's mouth trembled once, though not with fear entirely. "You are your father's daughter in the worst and best sense." "I know." I put on my gloves one finger at a time. The room had gone very quiet now, as parlors do, when the next necessary impropriety has been clearly identified and no one can prevent it without becoming part of it. At the door, Marian called after me, "Lydia." I turned. Her hands were clasped too tightly before her, but her face had steadied. "Do not let him make you feel that we live here by his mercy." Something passed through me, then not softness. Exactly, more dangerous than softness. Clarity sharpened by love. "No," I said. "We live here by law, memory, and the remnants of our own name. Men merely mistake administration for creation because they are permitted to sign more papers." That drew from her the strangest little sound, half laugh and half tears, which was enough to carry me into the passage without looking back. The small study lay at the end of the west corridor, near the room my father had once used for estate notes, when the dower house still meant only temporary retreat during repairs at the hall. I knew every turn of the passage. That too angered me. Intimacy with rooms should belong to comfort. With women it so often belongs instead to endurance. As I approached, I heard voices within. My cousin's, smooth as polished walnut. Mr. Weller's, drier and lower. A rustle of paper. A chair leg moved across the floorboards. I did not knock. I opened the door and entered. Both men rose. My cousin's expression altered with admirable speed from administrative composure to concern touched by surprise. "Mrs. Kestrel." "Mr. Harbury." "Mr. Wellar." The solicitor bowed. My cousin came half a pace round the desk as if greeting me in his own house. The movement was slight. "Its claim was not," he said. "I had understood Miss Marion was indisposed." "Miss Marion is quite well. She has merely no business being treated as documentary support for other people's anxieties." The study held a fire too large for its size, which made the room feel overwarmed and airless. Papers lay in neat stacks on the desk. One sheet stood apart from the rest, turned slightly toward the light. I could not yet see its contents, only that it was in legal hand and had several names written upon it. My cousin recovered himself at once. "I think you misunderstand our purpose." "No," I said. "I begin to think I have understood it too well for too long." Mr. Weller shifted one hand on the back of his chair. "If there has been any appearance of pressure, Mrs. Kestrel, I assure you that was far from our intention." "Then you have my congratulations on producing it by accident with such consistency." My cousin smiled faintly, the smile of a man who believes women grow shrill when they edge too near the borders of male procedure. "We are all, I hope, acting for the peace of your family." "That phrase," I said, "has become so useful to you that I wonder whether you hear it any longer." The smile left his mouth. He said, "We have reason to think that additional papers may yet exist, and that if so they may lead to unfortunate revival of matters, which have only lately settled into tolerable shape. I had imagined you would value discretion. I value it more than men who speak of it while summoning girls into studies under legal supervision." For the first time, something like irritation showed through his polish. "You overstate the case." "Do I?" I took one step farther into the room. "Let us state it plainly, then. You fear that old letters, if not gathered, may continue to endanger the narrative by which you have lately condescended to tolerate my mother's household. You fear, too, that my sister's future may be made less marketable by proximity to a history you find inconvenient, unless managed to your satisfaction. So you bring Mr. Weller to wrap intimidation in filing language and call it prudence." Mr. Weller opened his mouth, but my cousin was quicker. "This is excessive." "No," I said. "Excessive is asking Marion to attend you." The room went very still. My cousin's face had not yet lost civility. That made him uglier. It was a simple request, for what? So that questions of who has seen what and when may not later be clouded by feminine alarm. Mr. Weller visibly regretted the existence of that phrase at the moment it left my cousin's mouth. I almost thanked him for the service of his expression. "Clouded," I repeated. "How fortunate, then, that I have come in clearer weather." My cousin's gaze sharpened. "If you prefer, we may speak another time." "No. We speak now." I stepped to the desk and placed my gloves beside the loose paper there. Only then did I see what it was, a memorandum regarding informal correspondence and domestic papers yet unaccounted for in the transfer from Hall to Dower House. My mother's name stood in the margin. Marion's too. Mine last of all. As if married women become the final administrative category into which trouble may be properly swept. I looked up. You have had enough of our names on your tidy lists. My cousin's hand came to rest lightly on the desk. You are overwrought, he said. Quite possibly. It is what happens. Family is handled too often for peace. Nothing. Neither did I. And, in that silence, with the fire too warm, and the light already beginning to fail, I understood at last that mere refusal, mere dignity, mere waiting for other people to tire of using us, none of it would save Maureen, or my mother, or even myself. Silence had not protected us once. It was not protecting us now. So long as other people controlled the meaning of the past, they would continue to price the future according to it. That realization stood up in me with such cold finality that the room itself seemed suddenly too small to hold it. I smiled then. Not pleasantly, I think, I said. We have reached the point at which private endurance ceases to be virtue and becomes merely convenience for other people. My cousin's brows drew together a fraction. What precisely do you mean by that? I met his eyes. That you are about to learn the disadvantage, I said, supposing that only men may define what has happened to women. My cousin's eyes did not leave mine. For one moment I thought he might laugh. Not because anything was amusing, but because men of his sort often discover, when first confronted plainly by a woman, that ridicule is easier than reply. Yet something in my face must have warned him that laughter would cost more than it gained, for he only said, in a voice smooth enough to cut silk without fraying it, "You are excited."
"Pop. Wes,"
I said. "By pattern, not by nerves. There is a difference." Mr. Weller shifted again, the poor man's conscience and profession clearly at war. I bore him no affection. But I had begun to suspect that he at least preferred neat pressure to open ugliness, which in a solicitor is almost a form of decency. My cousin laid 2 fingers upon the memorandum before him as though its calm surface might steady the room. "No one in this house is your enemy." "Then I advise you to become one," I said, for I could respect that more comfortably. His mouth tightened. "This is theatrical." "No," I replied. "Theatrical would require audience. At present we have only paper." I drew the memorandum toward me, and read enough to confirm what I had already seen: inventories, correspondence, domestic transfers, future disputes prevented by present review. Every sentence arranged to make violation sound like maintenance. Mr. Weller began. "Mrs. Kestrel, I am sure if you would allow me to explain the administrative necessity." "There is none," I said without looking at him. "Not where my mother's annuity is already clear, Marian's portion already confirmed. And every question of domestic papers somehow circles back not to silver spoons or account books, but to female correspondence. No, Mr. Weller. You may call it administration if the word eases you. I shall call it by its better name." My cousin said quietly, "And what is that?" "Leverage." The fire cracked behind him. Outside some rook or crow sounded once from the trees and was still. He answered with the patience men reserve for women whom they mean to make sound unreasonable, by remaining composed. "You have married advantageously, Lydia. Surely you see that the safest course now is to let all doubtful remnants of the past be properly gathered and put beyond accident." He had not called me Lydia in years. The impropriety of it, slight as it would have seemed to anyone less interested in power, struck me at once. I let the silence after it stand long enough to mark the trespass. "Mrs. Kestrel," I said then, "will answer you. And Mrs. Kestrel says this: no paper concerning me, my mother, or my sister will be gathered, reviewed, or discussed through Marian. If questions remain, they come to me. If uncertainties remain, they come to me. If you have any further appetite for prudence, you may digest it in private." Mr. Weller cleared his throat. "That is entirely understood, madam. There was no wish to inconvenience Miss Marian. Then cease inconveniencing her." My cousin's expression cooled. He said, "You speak as if your family's current position entitled you to terms." "No," I answered. "I speak as if your current comfort does not entitle you to ours." That landed. Not dramatically. But I saw the truth of it in the way his gaze hardened by a single shade. He tried another road. He said, If this matter were ever misunderstood outside family management, the consequences would not end with old embarrassment. There are people who would be delighted to exaggerate a former indiscretion now that your circumstances have become more conspicuous. Family management. Conspicuous. All the old machinery, polished and humming. I laid the memorandum down very neatly. You are mistaken in one important point, I said. The former indiscretion in this matter was not mine. Mr. Weller looked at the floor. My cousin did not. For the first time the smooth left him almost entirely. He said, "You cannot mean to invite a broader discussion." "No. I mean to end the one you have been enjoying in installments." I stepped closer to the desk. Not much. Only enough that he must either retreat or feel that I did not. If anything from the past is ever named beyond this room, I said, then it shall not be named as a girlish error politely corrected by male intervention. It shall be named as what it was. A woman left to uncertainty while men found silence more convenient than honor. You may imagine which version would sit more comfortably on your dinner table. The stillness that followed was so complete that even the fire seemed to hold itself cautiously. My cousin said, very low, "You would expose yourself to off. Do not flatter yourself that exposure is a novelty to women." He took one breath, and I knew then that I had reached the true center of him. Not his concern for peace, not even his love of control, but his hatred of disorder that he had not personally arranged. Mr. Weller, perhaps sensing that the line between legality and family violence had grown too fine for his profession to stand upon with ease, spoke at last with more firmness than before. "I think, sir, that if Mrs. Kestrel wishes all further questions to rout through herself, that is the most prudent course." My cousin did not look at him. He said, "I had thought, to me, that marriage might have taught you more caution." "Marriage," I answered, "has taught me accuracy." He had no ready reply to that, which pleased me more than I ought to admit. I drew off one glove and placed my bare hand atop the memorandum. "This paper remains here," I said. "No further notes with my mother's or sister's names upon them. No requests for Marian's presence. No more kindness delivered in pairs with supervision. If you wish to know whether additional papers exist, you may ask me plainly. If you do not wish to ask plainly, you may endure uncertainty like the rest of us." And Mr. Weller said, "That seems entirely reasonable." My cousin's mouth went flat. There are victories which consist of nothing more than forcing a man to hear another man declare a woman reasonable. I put the glove back on. Then I said, because there was one final truth he needed, and I was in no mood to leave useful work unfinished. "And if you make the dower house smaller in comfort, invitation, or dignity because this conversation has displeased you, I shall count it openly as retaliation. You may decide whether that word becomes you." He stared at me. Perhaps he had never before seen me not merely angry, not merely wounded, but completely indifferent to the comfort of his opinion. If so, I was glad of the education. At length he said with great care, "You have changed." "No," I replied. "I have become more expensive to manage." Then I turned, inclined my head very slightly to Mr. Weller, and left the room before either man could recover enough authority to detain me. My mother and Marian were standing when I re-entered the parlor. Both faces changed at once. My mother's into alarm refined by hope. Marian's into something fiercer and younger. Marian asked, "Well?" I removed my gloves one finger at a time, because after such moments the body requires some ordinary task by which to descend again into furniture and breath. "Thee will not ask you into studies again," I said. My mother's hand came to rest against the edge of the chair nearest her. "What have you done?" "Translated," I answered. That should not have made Marian laugh. It did. The laugh was brief and trembled at the edges. But it was real, and the sight of it nearly brought me to tears from sheer exhaustion. My mother sat down with the abruptness of a woman who has spent her courage faster than she meant to. "Lydia?" "I know," she said. "No," looking up at me. "You do not know because if you did, you would not stand there as if one may walk through such things and remain entirely made of bone." I went to her at once and knelt beside her chair, as I had not done in years. She touched my hair once. "Very am tired," I admitted. "I know." Marion came down onto the rug opposite and took my hand. "Did he yield?" "No," I said. "But he heard." For a moment, none of us spoke. Then Briggs entered with entirely unnecessary more tea, saw our positions about the fire, and without changing expression at all said, "I thought perhaps the kettle had gone off the boil, madam," which was her way of informing us that she knew something had occurred, and approved of it enough to protect its dignity under hot water. By the time I left the dower house, the light had gone silver and the road promised to freeze before supper. Thomas wrapped the heavy lap robe over my knees, and Briggs tucked another at my feet as if I were 12 again. And Marianne kissed me twice and whispered, "I shall pretend to be very fragile all week if it prevents him from speaking to me," which was both childish and perfectly sensible. My mother only held me by the shoulders for one long second and said, "Do not fight so hard that you forget to be warm." That sentence followed me all the way home. Dusk in winter shortens every distance and lengthens every thought. By the time the carriage turned into Julian's drive, the sky had darkened to iron and the first stars were trying their luck through a haze too thin to trust. Lamps burned in the lower windows. The house stood ready, firelit, ordered, and almost indecently calm. I was met in the hall not by a servant, but by Julian. He had removed his coat, but not his boots, and there was a look in him which told me he had been listening for the carriage since before the horses entered the gate. It would have touched me under different conditions. Under the present ones, it only sharpened my fatigue. He said, "You are late." The road was ice. His eyes searched my face once and then dropped, not as a lover's might, more gravely, measuring damage like a physician reluctant to speak before the pulse is counted. "Were you received alone?" "No, ba. With Weller present." "Wes." He stood aside at once. "Come to the library. There is something I must give you before dinner, ba." The sentence was so carefully shaped that I felt my whole body turn alert. I should have asked what. I did not. I knew already, perhaps not in detail, but in kind. There are moments when the air around a man changes, and one understands that some decision he has delayed too long has finally become impossible to delay further. The library fire had been built high. A dispatch box stood open on the table near the hearth, papers laid beside it in exact stacks. One glance told me this was no ordinary household matter. Julian did not ask me to sit. He sat first himself, only after I had taken the chair opposite, perhaps because he knew I would not bear even the appearance of being positioned. For a moment, he looked not at me, but at the open box. "Did your cousin press Marian?" He meant to. Weller. He meant to make pressing sound administrative. His mouth hardened. "That ends now." "Everything ends now," I said. He lifted his eyes then and I saw at once that he agreed. "Yes." He drew the first paper toward him, then stopped, as if order itself had suddenly become intolerable. He said, "No," quietly, more to himself than to me. "Not like that." He set the paper down again. What followed when it came had none of his usual arrangement. That was how I knew it was true, before I had weighed a word. He said, "When your last letter came." I had already chosen the marriage in action, though not yet completed it in signature. I had told myself for a week before that it was necessity. That my family's debt made it necessity. That disgrace would fall elsewhere if I withdrew. That other people depend upon my compliance. All of that was partly true, and none of it was the worst truth. The fire settled softly. He did not look away. The worst truth was that I wanted both things at once. I wanted the rescue of the marriage, and the postponement of losing your good opinion until the last possible hour. I wanted one more day in which I had not yet entirely become the man your letter accused me of being. So I delayed. One day. Then another. Then the silence itself became its own answer, and by then I lacked the courage to write what I had already done. I held the arms of the chair very still beneath my hands. He went on. I did not tell myself silence was kinder. I told myself it was temporary, then necessary, then too shameful to break. After the marriage was signed, I read your letter again and wrote those damned words upon it, because I knew you had asked rightly and I had failed rightly to answer. I kept it, because destroying it would have been one more convenience, and I had already chosen too many. No bargaining, no softened phrases, no appeal for my understanding. Only the thing itself, turned out in full light and made to stand. I had thought myself prepared for confession after the Blue Room. I was not. What of her? I asked. He knew whom I meant. He said. Lady Kestrel had done nothing to deserve contempt. She knew the marriage was practical. She did not know about you. I did not love her. I respected her, and she deserved better than the use I made of both our lives. She died before we had learned kindness enough even to resemble peace. That, too, I believed. He reached then into the dispatch box and drew out a packet tied with black ribbon. I have gathered everything that remains in my possession. Your letters, my memoranda. The note you found was not the only one. They are yours. He placed the packet on the table between us. I did not touch it. He took the second stack of papers. These are drafts for trusteeship and separate allowance. They are lawful as far as law permits. And I have had them revised, so they need not depend upon any tenderness from me should you never choose to believe in it. The sentence was so stark that, for a moment, I could not speak. He laid the papers beside the packet. They secure your independent pin money, a continuing provision, if you wish to reside part of the year with your mother, and the right for your personal correspondence and effects to remain under your own direction, not household review. Your mother's support line is separately noted so it cannot be used as leverage through the hall while I have means to prevent it. Marian's portion remains untouched by any of this. I looked at the papers, then at him. You prepared these already, Wes. 1. After the Blue Room, not to persuade you, because persuasion has become another indecency. Again the plainness of it. And what? I said slowly. Am I to understand from all this? He did not answer too quickly. At last he said, that I will not hide behind love, debt, duty, or my present usefulness any longer. I did what I did because I was weak where I most wished to appear honorable. I cannot undo that by being competent afterward. I can only put back into your hands what control I can lawfully return and speak the truth without attaching terms to it. The room was very quiet. No rain, no carriage, only the fire, the clock, and the weight of paper upon polished wood. I said, because some last defense required speech, and if I take these and choose never to forgive you, you will still have them. And if I choose to stay here only as mistress of your house, and not as your wife in any other sense. A flicker passed across his face, but not resistance. Then, that is how you stay. And if I choose later to reside with my mother, I will not prevent it. You say that as if prevention were imaginable. He said, in law, more is imaginable than should be. That is why I have had the papers drawn. I stared at him. It is a terrible thing when a man finally speaks from the exact place where one most feared he had once failed, and speaks there not to win, but because he has at last lost patience with his own capacity for concealment. There was no comfort in it. There was only clarity. At length I reached out and put my fingers on the ribbon of the packet. It was cold. You have at last understood one thing, I said. He waited, that nothing you offer me now may purchase a more generous account of what you were. His answer came at once. Yes. I looked up. And do not ever again imagine that speaking the truth, however fully, gives you claim upon my tenderness. His face changed then, not into pain exactly, but into acceptance so complete it looked almost like relief stripped of hope. He said, I do not. That was the first moment in many weeks that I believed he truly did not. I gathered the packet and the papers into my lap. For a long while neither of us moved. Then, because no one in this world is spared the insult of ordinary life continuing, even at the edge of revelation, a servant knocked lightly and announced from beyond the door that dinner was served whenever Mr. and Mrs. Kestrel pleased. Julian closed his eyes for one brief instant. At least, I said, hearing the strange steadiness in my own voice, the soup will not cool for morality. A shadow of something touched his mouth. Not amusement. Something sadder and more human, he said. No. It rarely does. I rose, papers in hand. He stood as well, but did not come toward me. That, perhaps more than any of the documents, proved the truth of what he had said. He would not press the advantage of confession. He would not convert honesty into nearness. The distance between us remained mine to measure. At the door I paused. You may dine without me tonight, Wes. And tomorrow, I said, I shall read every line. Wes. No more than that. I left him in the library with the fire, the open dispatch box, and all the truth at last spoken plainly enough to ruin any future falsehood. It did not heal me. But for the first time, since my last letter had returned from the dead, I no longer felt that the past was being managed around me by other hands. I read the packet that night. Not quickly. Not with any melodramatic hunger for pain, though pain was there in sufficient quantity. I read as one reads an account after long suspecting the figures, and finally deciding one would rather know the exact shape of ruin than continue guessing its outline in the dark. There were my letters. Every one that remained. There were his small memoranda, written in the short, severe hand I had once associated with intelligence, and afterward with self-command, and now saw for what it had often been. Intelligence in the service of delay. Some were nothing more than dates and names. One was a note to himself concerning the London chambers. Another listed debts against family obligations with the same relentless order he brought to coal and tenants and roofs. And there, among them, was a torn draft begun in his hand and never sent. You ask for one plain word. The plainest is that I have acted badly and too late to call it mistake. I cannot ask you to think better of me than I deserve, only to believe that my silence has not come from indifference. He had stopped there. No signature, no direction, no completion. Even in honesty, once, he had broken off before the cost was paid. I folded the draft and sat for a long while with the packet in my lap, and the fire gone low. It did not soften me. I do not wish posterity to lie for me on that point. There was no midnight revelation by which I suddenly understood him so well that injury transformed itself into tenderness. Understanding is not absolution. And if I understood him better now, his depths, his fear, his late and ugly wish to postpone becoming contemptible in my eyes, I also understood more completely that he had chosen delay with clear sight. He had not wandered into cowardice like a man lost in fog. He had walked into it and closed the gate behind him. Yet by the time I rose and rang for more coal, something in me had hardened into decision. Not about forgiveness. That remained as far from me as ever. I had spent too many weeks being moved by other people's hands, cousin, solicitor, village, weather, propriety, pity, marriage, legal draft, carriage hour. I was tired of movement without authorship, tired of being managed, shielded, restored, discussed, and translated. If the past was now to stand fully in the room, then it would stand under my naming, not theirs. The next morning I asked Mrs. Finch to tell Mr. Kestrel that I wished to see him in the library before breakfast was cleared. When I entered, he was already there, standing at the window with the winter flattening one side of his face and, leaving the other in shadow, the dispatch box remained open upon the table. He turned at once. You have read them? Yes. He waited, not tense exactly. More dangerous than tension. Ready, I laid the packet on the table between us. We are going to end this today. A flicker passed through his face. Not hope, he knew better than that. How? We call on my mother at noon. You will send word to Weller and to my cousin that, if they wish the question of papers settled, they may attend there at 1. Not here. There. He did not interrupt. You will tell them plainly, I went on, that any surviving correspondence concerns only you and me. That Marian is not to be named in it, questioned from it, or narrowed by. If further talk of the matter escapes private rooms, you will state openly that the fault lay in your failure to answer, and in no impropriety of mine. Still he said nothing. I could feel the force of my own pulse in my throat. And you will not do it, I said, as if you were gallantly protecting me. You will do it because it is true. His answer came low and immediate. Wes. No softening. No gentleman's vague regret. No language by which men exchange dishonor for sadness and think themselves improved. Wes. If Weller wishes paper, he shall have paper. You will sign whatever is necessary to fix the meaning correctly.
Yes.
I watched him a moment longer. What are you waiting for? His hands rested lightly on the back of a chair, but I saw the pressure in them all the same. For anything further you require. There it was again, no bargaining, no plea, only the question of need. Had he been less exact, I might have despised the scene more comfortably. You will also write, I said, to Lady Esterfield before we leave and ask whether she will call on the Fortescues tomorrow with Marian. Not to beg, to appear. He nodded once. That can be done. And if my cousin imagines that the Dower House stands by his benevolence. It does not. No, I said. It stands by law, my mother's right, and the difficulty respectable men feel when their petty tyrannies are properly named. Something shifted at the corner of his mouth, not a smile, something near a recognition. Yes. I looked down at the packet. I am not doing this for us. I know. I am doing it because Marian is being taught to flinch from rooms that should not yet have instructed her. I know. And because I will not let my mother be handled by smooth concern until she mistakes endurance for gratitude. His voice, when it came, was rougher than before. No. That one word told me more than any declaration might have done. Not love. Not pardon sought. Only agreement so complete it had ceased to require elegance. Very well, I said. Order the carriage. We traveled separately in the same carriage. That is not nonsense, though it sounds like it. The space between two people may remain entirely intact despite shared wheels, shared weather, shared destination, and one fur-lap robe drawn across both knees only because winter requires obedience from bodies that pride has not yet conquered. Julian sat opposite me, not beside. He had brought papers, sealed and folded, and once, when the carriage lurched over a rutted patch of frozen road, put out a hand instinctively and then withdrew it before it reached me. I saw the movement. So did he. Neither of us remarked upon it. The Dower House received us with a degree of astonishment Briggs only half concealed. Mr. Kestrel too, madam. Wes, I said. And Mr. Weller and Mr. Harbury if they come. She absorbed that, and in the widening of her eyes I could almost see the day rearranging itself in her mind from household afternoon into event. My mother was in the parlor. Marian beside her. A book open and unread. Both rose at once when Julian entered behind me. Marian's face changed first to surprise, then to understanding so swift I wondered whether younger sisters are not born with a separate organ for reading female emergencies. My mother looked from him to me. Lydia. Wes, I said. We are to settle it. Julian bowed to her, then to Marian. Mrs. Harbury, Miss Marian. My mother answered with careful civility. Marian, after the smallest pause, did the same. I noticed then that she did not look away from him quickly, as girls do from men whose role in family hurt remains too adult to measure. She looked directly, and in that directness there was nothing childish. Only judgment. It was new in her, and I hated the cause of it. Mr. Harbury and Mr. Weller are expected, my mother asked. Yes. She sat down very slowly. Then I shall require stronger tea. Briggs, who had not yet left the room, made a sound in her throat that signified complete agreement and hurried off to effect moral reinforcement through the kettle. Julian remained standing until I took my seat. Then he sat opposite, not too near the fire, the papers resting on one knee. No one spoke overmuch while we waited. That, too, mattered. A false peace patched over with chatter would have made the next hour unbearable. Instead we had silence. The clock, the hiss of the kettle beyond the passage, Marian turning one page of the same book twice, and my mother not drinking from the cup Briggs placed in her hand until after the sound of another carriage at the gate. My cousin came in first, with Mr. Weller behind him, an expression arranged for mild concern disturbed by social complication. Mrs. Harbury, he began, and then saw Julian fully. Kestrel. Harbury. No warmth. No scene. Merely men understanding at once that the arrangement of the room had altered since yesterday. Mr. Weller bowed all round and looked as if he would much rather have spent the afternoon among drains and title disputes then among feelings that threatened paperwork. My mother said, "Be seated, if you please. Since so much prudence is abroad today, we may as well save it the discomfort of standing." Had I not been so tired, I might have smiled. No one sat at once. Julian remained where he was by the hearth, one hand resting lightly on the back of a chair, and the sealed papers still in his other hand. I knew even before he spoke that he had decided not to let me begin. That, strangely, did not anger me. Before anything further is said, he began, "I must correct the terms in which this matter has been handled." My cousin's brows lifted faintly. "If this concerns administrative review," Julian said, "it concerns truth." The room went still. He did not look at me. Not avoiding me. Only refusing, perhaps, the comfort of drawing strength from the fact that I was there. Any surviving correspondence from years past concerns only Mrs. Kestrel and myself. It does not concern Miss Marian. It is not to be put before her, referred through her, or attached to her reception in any household. Nor does it concern Mrs. Harbury, except so far as others have chosen to disturb her peace by pretending otherwise. Mr. Weller opened his mouth, thought better of it, and shut it again. My cousin said, smoothly, "No one intended to disturb." Julian cut across him with a calmness colder than anger. "You intended to manage." The sentence landed harder than if it had been loud. My cousin's face altered at last. "You go too far." Julian said. "No, I go exactly far enough. The uncertainty in this matter originated with me. The surviving papers remain Mrs. Kestrel's by right, and any confusion as to their passage arose from my own failure to answer when answer was due, followed by clerical mishandling among my personal effects. That is the whole of it. There is no moral lesson here for Miss Marian unless gentlemen mean to offer their own conduct for her instruction. The silence that followed was so complete I could hear the coal shift in the grate. I looked at Julian then. He still did not look at me. His face had that same terrible plainness it wore in the library, when he ceased arranging his faults into tolerable proportions and began merely naming them. It was not heroic, it was not tender, it was simply exact. Mr. Weller cleared his throat. "If that is your position, Mr. Kestrel, it should perhaps be set down." Julian held out the folded papers. "It is." Weller took them, unfolded the first, and read. The second followed. His expression changed only by degrees, but in a solicitor degrees are often the whole drama. My cousin said, "May one know what has been set down under so much urgency?" I answered this time. "Yes, you may." All eyes turned toward me. "It states," I said, "that any prior private understanding or correspondence existed between Mr. Kestrel and me alone. That the failure to regularize or answer it belonged to him. That no reflection upon Marian or my mother is to be drawn from the existence or survival of any such papers, and that all remaining letters now stand in my possession, not as evidence for administrative review, but as personal property improperly endangered by male convenience." Mr. Weller's gaze rose from the page with the faint startled respect of a man who had expected polite euphemism and been given architecture. Julian said, "The second paper concerns Mrs. Harbury's support line and Mrs. Kestrel's separate provision. Since household pressure has lately shown an unwholesome appetite for moral interpretation, I have preferred that practical avenues for pressure be narrowed." My cousin laughed then, very softly. "How impressive. You mean to fortify cement with settlements?" Julian answered him without heat. "No. I mean to remove from your reach such comforts as should never have depended on your temper." Bah! That was the first time my cousin visibly lost his composure. The change was slight, but enough. It entered about the mouth and eyes of him, the way chill enters a room around a poorly fitted frame. "You presume a great deal." Julian said, "I have observed enough." "And I," my cousin returned, "might observe that you come to these principles late." No one in the room moved. He had spoken the true cruelty. That was what made it vulgar. Julian received it without flinching. He said, "Wes, nothing more, no defense. No recitation of debts or family burdens or dead wives and chambers, just yes." And because he would not defend himself, the sentence fell flat upon its own malice. I felt the shift at once. So did Marian. I saw it in the way her shoulders, which had drawn inward at the first edge of confrontation, eased by a single inch. My mother, too, sat straighter. There are moments when a room's moral weight redistributes itself almost visibly. It had done so now. I rose. If we are done pretending that my sister exists as a convenient extension of my past, I said, then let us be done with pretense altogether. I do not conceal what happened years ago, because concealment has profited other people far more than it ever profited me. Nor do I offer it for public entertainment. I say only this. No one will henceforth speak of Marian as if her future were shadowed by my history, while I have a tongue to answer them. My cousin stared at me. You would speak of it openly, if required. That would expose you. Again that word. Men seem never to tire of it where women are concerned. I have been exposed, I said, for years. You merely preferred the version in which exposure happened quietly and in my absence. Mr. Weller lowered the papers. Mrs. Kestrel's position is entirely plain. Then you may use your excellent hand to record it more widely if my cousin's memory proves defective, I said. My cousin's face had gone very still. He understood now. And that was the thing I had hoped for, though it brought me no pleasure. He understood that the old threat no longer frightened in the same way because I had refused the posture expected of injured women: silence, blushes, protective vagueness. The hope that a husband's name might bury the rest. Once that posture is denied, blackmail begins to starve. It can still wound. It can no longer govern. At length he said, "You are determined to make family life impossible." "No," my mother said quietly from her chair. "Only less convenient for those who have enjoyed its terms too easily." Every head turned to her. I do not think I had ever loved her more than I did in that moment. Mr. Weller folded the papers carefully. He said, "I will witness these. And I will note, for the record, that all further reference to the correspondence is to route through Mrs. Kestrel alone." "Do so," said Julian. "And," Weller added after the faintest pause, "I see no cause for Miss Marian's name to appear in any further memorandum on the subject." Marian drew a breath. I heard from across the room. My cousin said nothing. That, too, was defeat. Tea came then, because Briggs, who understood households in her bones, chose that moment to enter with a tray large enough to force civility upon everyone through cups and saucers. No one could continue a moral battle with a teapot being set between them unless he wished posterity to despise him. My cousin accepted a cup he did not want. Mr. Weller took one and drank too quickly, burning his mouth slightly, which improved him. Julian did not touch the plate of little cakes. I poured for my mother with a steadier hand than I felt. No further confrontation was needed. That was the strangest part. Once truth is spoken correctly in the right room, much of what remains is merely paperwork and retreat. By the time the men left, the winter light had sunk almost entirely. My cousin bowed to my mother with exact propriety, to Marian with a correctness from which all advisory softness had vanished, and to me with the sort of acknowledgment one offers and equal only after discovering she cannot be economically treated as otherwise. Mr. Weller promised copies by tomorrow noon and looked profoundly grateful to leave without anyone weeping. The front door closed. Briggs's step retreated down the passage. And the parlor, freed at last of male management, seemed suddenly larger. Marian let out a breath so long it was nearly laughter. Did that truly happen? "Wes," I said. She looked at Julian then. Really looked. Not as the man who had once hurt me, nor as my husband by necessity alone, but as the person who had just stood in our parlor and accepted blame without borrowing virtue from the act. She said, "I thank you." He inclined his head. "You need not." Marian replied, "That," sounding more like herself than she had in weeks, "appears to run in the family with alarming consistency." To my astonishment, he almost smiled. My mother set down her cup. She said, "I think that prudence has earned itself a stronger fire, and perhaps 2 glasses of wine." Briggs, who had clearly been listening, just far enough away to deserve sainthood, appeared in the doorway before anyone rang. The remainder of the hour passed in a quiet almost too strange to be borne. Not happiness. I do not wish to lie. But release in one narrow and important direction. Marian spoke more easily. My mother's hands ceased their small involuntary movements. Julian remained no longer than was right. When he rose to leave, he did not look to me first. He looked to my mother, Mrs. Harbury, Mr. Kestrel, then Marian. Miss Marian, Monsieur, only then to me, Mrs. Kestrel. The title, for the first time in many days, did not feel like a wall. Merely a fact. I shall remain in the carriage while you say goodbye, he added quietly. Take what time you want. Duh. Again the usefulness. Again the restraint. Again the maddening refusal to turn either into claim. When he had gone, Marian came to me at once and put both hands around one of mine. She said, I think the Fortescues may find me surprisingly fit for music again. My mother gave a short laugh over her wine. She said, I think the Fortescues will discover an astonishing improvement in their discernment. I stayed another half-hour. Long enough to see warmth return properly to the room. Long enough to know that whatever had been done today had not erased old damage, but had at least altered the climate in which my mother and sister were expected to breathe. That mattered more than dignity alone ever could. At the door, my mother embraced me and held me back once before letting go. She said, You were right. That is unlike you to admit. I am old enough to waste less time on ceremony. Her eyes searched my face. And I knew whom she meant. I looked past her to the darkening lane where the carriage lamps glowed through frost. He told the truth. She said, Wes. I meant now. There are questions only mothers ask, and only when they know one is too tired to evade them gracefully. He stood where he ought to have stood years ago. I said, That is not an answer. No. I drew on my gloves. It is only all I have tonight. She kissed my cheek as if I were again a child and let me go. The carriage ride home was quieter than the one there. Perhaps because quiet, once seized from the right people, feels different from quiet imposed by fear. Julian sat opposite me as before, the lamps moving weakly over his face when the wheels turned. He did not ask what I felt. He did not remark on Marian, or my mother, or my cousin's expression when the papers were read. He only said, after several miles and without looking at me, Weller will send the copies tomorrow. Yes. And Lady Esterfield's note came while we were at the Dower House. She will call on the Fortescues in the morning, and on Mrs. Pembroke afterward. Marian is name. I turned my head, named, in the invitation. For one moment I said nothing. The simple rightness of it nearly hurt. That was quickly done. Yes. The carriage rocked on. At last I said, You did not ask her to pity. No. Only to appear. Yes. I looked down at my gloves. Thank you, I said. The words were out before I had chosen them. Across from me, something in him went stiller than stillness. After a moment he answered, very carefully, For her. You may for anything else, not yet. I raised my eyes then. That, more than all the rest, told me what sort of day this had been. He no longer reached for payment even in gratitude. When we reached the house, Thomas let down the steps, and the cold came in sharp enough to sting the lungs. Julian descended first and offered his hand. I took it. Not because anything had softened to romance between 1 mile and the next, but because the ground was glazed and I had no wish to fall for principle where a sensible body could remain upright by accepting help. His hand was warm despite the weather. Mine was cold. For one brief instant they remained joined while I found the step. Nothing moved between us except balance. And then he let go. Inside, the hall fire burned steadily. Mrs. Vale came forward to ask whether supper should be sent up or laid below. Julian looked at me. Below, I said, not as reconciliation. Simply because the day had required too much solitude already, and I would not end it by fleeing into my room, as if truth, once spoken, must always leave women hidden afterward. Mrs. Vale inclined her head and withdrew. Julian took off his gloves slowly. He said, There is one thing more. I waited. If your cousin attempts any retaliation through your mother's house after today, I shall act without waiting to be polite. There it was, not a plea, not a vow, merely a line. I considered him in the firelight, the man who had failed me exactly where it mattered most. The man who had since arranged wood, law rooms, provisions, and today at last a public burden of blame without once using any of it to bargain for tenderness. "Very well," I said. "But you will tell me first." Wes. That was enough. Not happiness, not peace, not forgiveness. Only enough. And for that winter evening, after so many weeks of being handled by other people's meanings, enough felt almost like a miracle. Supper that night was quiet, and because it was quiet it was harder than noise would have been. The dining room had not altered. The candles stood in the same silver. The soup was excellent. The sideboard shone with the same orderly decency it had shone through all the weeks of our marriage, when scandal, truth injury, weather, village appetite, and my own pride had each in turn attempted to make ordinary life impossible and had each, in the end, been obliged to sit down before dinner like everything else. Julian spoke only when speech was needed. He asked whether the pheasant should be sent away untouched, as I had eaten more broth than I had on other evenings. He observed that the frost had hardened enough to make the lane dangerous by dawn. He said Lady Esterfield's groom would leave at 10 for the Fortescues, and at 11 for the vicarage, if the horses kept their footing. Not once did he ask what I thought of him. Not once did he build from the afternoon any bridge toward himself. That restraint did more than any plea might have done. By the time dessert was removed, I was so tired of injury, and truth, and decency all jostling each other in the same body, that I thought I might dislike him forever, simply for having made complexity necessary. Yet under the tiredness there was something else now, and because it was new I distrusted it at once. Not forgiveness. Safety, perhaps. The beginning of it, not the false kind that had once belonged to promises left vague. A colder kind, more earned, less flattering. The safety of knowing that he would at last let the truth stand even when it shamed him, and that he would not afterward demand love as payment for the improvement. When I rose, he rose too. He asked, "Will you take tea in the library?" There was no danger in the question. That was precisely why I took a moment before answering. "Yes," I said. The word altered nothing visible in him. Yet as we crossed the hall I was conscious of the fact that I had chosen the room, rather than retreated from it. Chosen the same room in which he had spoken the whole truth and laid every remaining letter before me without condition. Chosen it not because my heart had softened all at once into the convenient shape of romance, but because I was tired of permitting fear to govern every threshold. The library fire had burned lower. He put on coal himself rather than ring. Right. I watched him do it and thought, with a kind of exhausted clarity, that this too had been part of the difficulty from the beginning. He made no grand show of goodness. He simply did small necessary things correctly, and small necessary things, repeated over time, are more dangerous to anger than flowers or speeches. Tea came. He poured mine first and set it within reach, then took his own chair at a distance still respectful enough to leave me unpursued. For several minutes we said nothing. At last I asked, "Did you write to Lady Esterfield before or after I asked it of you this morning?" His hand paused around the cup. He said, "After." "Why?" "I wish to know whether you continue to anticipate my mind." He met my gaze directly. "No." That answer pleased me more than I wanted it to. "Good," I said. "I am not in a condition to be elegantly managed." He said, "Noatly." "Quite no." We drank our tea. The fire settled. Somewhere in the house Mrs. Vale's step moved down the passage with the same deliberate pace by which she had crossed this floor 100 times before I arrived to take her keys and half her piece. Above us, some servant shut a window against the night. The house itself seemed calmer than it had in weeks, as if truth, once spoken properly in the right rooms, had changed even the quality of silence under the roof. I put down my cup. "My mother will sleep better tonight." "Yes." "And Marion will have her name printed correctly on the Fortescue's card." "Yes." "You have done what you ought to have done before." The sentence was cruel in its plainness. It was also the sentence that had to be spoken aloud before anything truer could follow it. He accepted it. Yes. No argument. No wounded dignity. No plea that the lateness of the act should count for virtue because the act was difficult. I looked at him for a long while. Once years before, I had loved him because I believed him honorable, in all the places where a woman must trust a man before marriage gives her any rights against his failures. Then I had hated him because he proved me wrong exactly there. Then I had married him because the world had narrowed too tightly around Marion and my mother for me to spend their safety upon my own disgust. Now, after all that, he sat across from me in the firelight with no defenses left except conduct, which is the weakest of shields in poetry and the strongest in life. That, perhaps, was what altered me at last. Not his remorse, not even his confession. The fact that once confession was over, he did not begin bargaining. He simply went on being exact where exactness was owed. "I have been considering the papers," I said. His gaze sharpened, though he did not speak. "The separate provision, the allowance, the direction that my correspondence remain under my own keeping, the right to spend time with my mother without dependence on your temper." Still he waited. "You drew them," I said, "as if preparing for a wife who might remain in your house without ever becoming your companion." His answer came after a pause. "That seemed the least I could do. And if I had accepted that version, then it would have been accepted." I believed him. Again, that was the trouble. I rose then and crossed to the mantel, because one cannot say certain things while seated safely across a table. They require the uncertainty of standing. He did not move. For a moment, I watched the fire and let the words arrange themselves into a shape I could endure hearing from my own mouth. "Lou, when I married you," I said, "I did it to stop damage. I will not lie about that now merely because the day has gone better than others. I married you for my mother's peace, for Marion's future, and because delay had become a form of cruelty to people I loved. I did not marry you because I trusted you, and I certainly did not marry you because I had forgiven you." He said, "No." The quiet agreement in him made the next part harder. "But that is not the whole truth any longer." He remained very still. So still that I heard the clock before I heard my own breathing. I turned to face him. "The whole truth now is that I remain in this house not only because necessity drove me here, but because what I have seen in it has begun to matter to me." My mother's room prepared before she asked. Marion's name protected without being bought. The keys placed in my hand at once. The coal accounted for. The blankets sent. The truth finally spoken without requesting reward. Something moved across his face then, too brief and too raw to be called expression properly. Hope stripped of confidence, perhaps. It was the first dangerous thing I had seen there all evening. I lifted a hand at once. "No. Do not mistake me. I am not giving you romance because the scene invites it," he said. "No." And his voice had rough end. "I know. I mean only this." I steadied myself against the mantel. "If I remain your wife from this night forward, I mean to remain by choice as well as by circumstance. Not because my family requires it now. Not because the village expects it. Not because the roads are cold and the laws colder. Because I have seen enough to know that if there is to be peace anywhere in the wreckage of what passed, it will not come from half living beside each other like two careful ghosts." The silence that followed was long. At last he said, very quietly, "Lydia." It was the first time my name from him had not made me flinch. I let it stand between us for one heartbeat, too. Then I said, and because it mattered the word nearly failed me, "Julian." Nothing in all our months of misery, marriage, truth, or scandal changed the room as much as that. He shut his eyes once briefly. When he opened them again, he still did not come toward me. That, more than the shock in him, decided the rest. "I am not forgiving you tonight," I said. "No, bah. I am not forgetting either. No. And there will be days when I am angrier than justice requires, and perhaps others when I am less generous than truth deserves." Yes. I could have laughed at the poor simplicity of his yes by then. Instead, I found that I loved him a little for it, which was a terrible and inconvenient realization, and because it was terrible and inconvenient I trusted it more than if it had come to me under flowers. "But I do not wish," I said, "to go on treating what may yet be a life as if it were only an aftermath." He rose then. Still he did not come all the way to me. Only near enough that if I wished distance it remained mine to keep. He asked, "What do you wish?" There are questions asked too early that become wounds. The same question, asked late enough and without demand, may become shelter. I looked at him and answered plainly. I wish to begin again without pretending the first beginning was blameless. His throat worked once. Yes. And I wish, I said, finding the next word slower, for this house not merely to be well run, but lived in. A faint, almost broken change touched his face. Yes. And I think, I said, because there was no graceful road left, and I had had enough of graceful roads for one life, that if you kissed me now, I should not count it an imposition. He did not move for one breath more. Then he came to me, not quickly, not as a man claiming what marriage had long ago given him in law, as a man still uncertain whether law had any right to stand in the room at all. He stopped close enough that I could feel the warmth of him, after the library's cooler air, and even then he waited. I looked up. "Wes," I said. Only then did he lift his hand, slowly enough that I could have refused it even at the last, and touch my cheek. There was no flourish in the kiss, no triumph, no stage tenderness, only warmth, restraint, the faint scent of tea and fire and winter wool, and the unbearable knowledge of how much easier all this would have been had he once possessed the courage to answer a letter with one plain word. Yet because it had not been easy, because nothing between us had remained cheap enough for ease, the kiss felt not like reward, but like truth finally permitted a body. When he drew back, his hand remained against my face for 1 second more and then fell. I said, because I had to say something ordinary, or I should have cried and despised myself for it. That was wiser than the first time you failed to answer me. A sound escaped him then that was almost louder and almost grief. He said, "Wise. There you are again. Das, I fear improvement has left me with limited vocabulary." "That may be an advantage," I said. "Men often do their worst damage with more." This time he did laugh, softly and without defense, and the sound of it altered something final in me. Not because laughter solves moral injury. It does not. But because it is impossible to build a life only of confessions, ledgers, and weather. At some point human beings must allow a little warmth in or die of correctness. The days that followed were not miraculous, which is why I trust them. My mother came for Christmas Eve, and found the guest room warmed exactly as ordered, the extra blanket chest in place, and Julian attentive without intrusion. Marian arrived the next afternoon under Lady Esterfield's wing, and with a note from Mrs. Fortescue, so regretful of the unfortunate narrowing of a former evening, that its politeness itself amounted to apology. The house filled with small proper noises, trunks opened, wet cloaks dried, church bells heard over frost, cook in battle with puddings, Marian's laugh returning in flashes rather than duty, my mother sleeping after dinner in the chair by the south window because, for once she was warm enough to do so, without fear of waking chilled. Julian moved among them all with the same grave exactness he brought to tenants and papers, yet now I saw more in it because I no longer spent every glance defending myself from what his goodness might cost me. He fetched my mother's shawl before she asked. He endured Lady Esterfield's observations with filial resignation. He let Marian argue with him about music and lose without humiliation. He stood beside me at church with the calm of a man, no longer trying to rewrite the past by appearance, only prepared to bear what appearance must now honestly say. On Christmas night, after the house had quieted and my mother and Marian had at last gone upstairs, I found him in the entrance hall directing Thomas about an early cart to the Dower House. The old mare should not be used if the road freezes again, he was saying. Take the bay pair, and do not let the steward at the hall improve upon arrangements that are none of his concern. Thomas withdrew. Julian turned and saw me. For once, I said, I am not here to accuse you of buying comfort by the scuttle. That is generous. No, I said, only festive. He smiled not nearly often enough for the expression to lose any force, and held out his hand to me without speech. I went to him. There in the hall with the dying fire, the dark windows, and the whole house quiet above and around us, I laid my hand in his and let it remain there. "I have been thinking," I said. "That is generally dangerous." "Yes. I am married now, and therefore professionally qualified." The smile deepened a fraction. I had not known it a legal requirement. "It should be." I looked up at him. "I have also been thinking that all this time I have spoken of staying, remaining, enduring, managing, governing, keeping, useful words, hard words, but not one of them means what I mean any longer, Bod." He waited. "I mean to belong here," I said. "Not as a prisoner of prudence, not as a woman cornered by scandal and winter, as your wife." Deliberately, with full memory. For once he had no yes ready. The silence in him then was not delay. It was feeling too large for the habit of exactness. At last he said very low, "Lydia, are you certain?" It was the right question. That was why I could answer it. "Yes. Even now. Especially now. I did not marry a fiction, Julian. I married a damaged man with a dreadful record of delay, a sound house, an improving conscience, and a habit of sending extra wood where pride objects and need wins." I drew a breath. The fiction would have been easier. I do not want the fiction. His hand tightened around mine just enough to be felt. He said, "Nor do I." "I know," I replied. "That is why this is possible." He bent then and kissed my forehead, the gentlest of gestures, almost old-fashioned in its restraint, and therefore somehow more intimate than anything grander could have been. I rested my free hand against his coat and felt, beneath wool and warmth, the steady beat of a life that had once failed mine and now, at last, no longer asked to be believed without evidence. Outside, frost held the world silent. Inside, the lamps burned low, the guest room stood ready, Marian's future had reopened, my mother slept warm, and the house around us felt not merely ordered but inhabited. I had not forgotten the letter. I never would. But when he drew me with him toward the library fire, and I went willingly, I understood that memory and tenderness are not enemies unless one makes them so. Sometimes they are merely the two honest witnesses required before a second beginning may be trusted. And this time, at last, there was nothing left waiting to be answered.